já está ligado. É, não.
Mas está o Lucas.
Chegou lá fora e vê se está. Não ouve. Toca outra vez agora. Estás a ouvir? Ouviu-se?
O quê? Cuidado. Destes.
Ele estava aqui aos saltos.
É?
Aqui embaixo, nos geleiros. Eu tinha aqui os dois aos saltos.
É umidade. A umidade mete-se nisto, naquelas rodinhas.
Joana. Joana. A câmara. Tu vais fazer agora. Ninguém vai fazer apresentação. Falar? Quem vai? Queres que eu passe à câmara quando eles entrarem, não é?
Sim, quando começarem a falar, vai se dar mencionar, não sei o que, pode ficar pronto. Para nós tínhamos.
As apresentações são. Eu estou a ver. São todas lá de cima ou vêm cá para baixo?
Há duas fases. Há umas que são lá em cima e há outras que são cá embaixo na segunda parte.
Mas lá de cima vão fazer com alguém a falar e dar a
É
apresentação.
isso, cá embaixo é só
que é reconhecível com o nosso curso. É gente, nossos ideais. Supostamente temos que ir para ali a ajudar a mostrar o curso.
Vai coincidir com o curso, exatamente, que é o último,
Ah,
a segundo.
já vou ter que estar aqui a jogar com câmaras.
É como mesmo coincidir a segundo. É o último lugar para fazer.
Não está nenhum. O X, o que é que eu faço? Vai ao coisa, vai aqui. Ah, gente, então para isso. Boa sorte. Deixa eu estar assim.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o seminário começará dentro de momentos. Por favor, ocupem os vossos lugares. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, informamos que este evento está a ser transmitido online e será fotografado e gravado em vídeo para fins de arquivo, divulgação e promoção relacionados com o evento. Em nome do coordenador do Centro do Atlântico, Contra-Almirante Nuno de Noronha Bragança, e da diretora do Instituto de Defesa Nacional, professora Isabel Nunes, damos-vos as boas-vindas ao 5º Seminário do Centro do Atlântico. O evento de hoje é uma parceria entre o Centro do Atlântico e o Instituto da Defesa Nacional. Uma reflexão quanto aos desafios crescentes do espaço atlântico, abordando o contexto geopolítico em mutação e procurando trazer uma análise quanto às suas dinâmicas e consequências. Convidamos a tomar da palavra a diretora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional, professora Isabel Nunes.
Muito boa tarde, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Coordinator of the Atlantic Center, Rear Admiral Noronha de Bragança, Permanent Secretary of the Interministerial Committee for the Action at Sea, Monsieur Abrouilaye Fofana, distinguished ambassadors, Director of the National Defense Policy Directorate, Major General Lemos Pires, distinguished generals representing the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chiefs of Navy, Army and Air Force Staff, directors and representatives of the Ministry of Defense, distinguished speakers and moderators, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. The world economy is increasingly dependent from connectivity in the maritime domain, whether this regards maritime trade, harbor facilities, shipping and subsea infrastructures and communications, linking states and societies. In strategic terms, the maritime domain is a growingly contested sphere characterized by strategic competition between major powers which have territorial claims, dispute territorial waters, and seek access to maritime resources and the control of sea lanes. This generates an environment of international and regional competition which requires the protection of infrastructures, of environmental security, and that of resources located in the seabed in the Atlantic, Barents Sea, and Baltic Sea, where illicit acts perpetrated by state and non-state actors demand for better early warning, effective monitorization, and the application of legal measures to unlawful practice at sea. The Atlantic region connects some of the most developed economies and some of the largest subsea maritime resources. For reasons of geographical dimension and coexistence of multiple actors, public, private, international, and even non-state actors, it is difficult to guarantee full compliance on the basis of commonly agreed regulative principles offered by maritime international law. The higher the dependence from the sea, the greater will be the occurrence of power competition, leading to its growing strategic value and the development of geopolitical considerations with respect to the control of open seas and straits, leading to the territorialization of maritime spaces. The preservation of a rules-based governance at sea and enhanced collaborative practices are two essential conditions to a more effective security at sea. Effective collaborative practice requires a good level of international and regional cooperation focused on better interoperability, on broader maritime awareness and capability development, as well as on surveillance, on research, on innovation, and better joint risk management. Capacity building in maritime governance centered on rule-based order at sea requires compliance with law enforcement by states, organizations, and private actors in the protection of global commons and share of natural resources explored in the proportioned and lawful manner. The combined effects of a rising of sea levels, the presence of asymmetrical threats in coastal areas, the competition to access energy resources, and the depleting impact of illegal fisheries call for a more assertive governance and multilateralism in the maritime domain and demands for a cross-sectoral approach to maritime security able to address comprehensively challenges in the mainland, such as regime fragility and social and economic asymmetries and their consequences at sea. On the last 2 years, in the European context, in the face of war in Ukraine, with the energy crisis still unfolding and the growing occurrence of hybrid threats at sea, there are pressing needs to ensure affordable and secure energy supplies, collaboration on green transition, and the promotion of maritime security in the wider Atlantic through dialogue and capacity building among maritime allies and partners. Despite the fact the European Union has agreed on various measures to safeguard its interests at sea, some challenges still remain. Fragmentation of information hampers maritime border control and may limit the full surveillance of maritime routes and the security of submarine cable networks, as well as effective responses to pollution at sea. Until 2025, the European Union intends to develop maritime security awareness mechanisms such as the Common Information Sharing Environment and the Maritime Surveillance Mechanism, as well as to improve interoperability, decision-making, and to increase operational output in the maritime domain. The European Union partnerships with the United States, the United Kingdom, and Norway, as well as with the coastal countries of North and West Africa, will open new opportunities for maritime capacity building with the support of the European Peace Facility. A comprehensive and collaborative approach to defense against major threats at sea cannot be achieved without the cooperation of security and defense organizations such as the European Union and NATO, states, or even commercial enterprises. The European Union, with its maritime security strategy, its new concept of coordinated maritime presences, and the critical maritime routes program, will contribute to a stronger presence at sea, to better protection of critical routes to trade and transportation, and to secure subsea maritime infrastructures. NATO, with respect to maritime security related activities, in the context of the Atlantic and beyond, relies on multilateral cooperation with the United Nations and the European Union in ensuring freedom of navigation in support of international maritime law. The protection of critical maritime infrastructures and counter hybrid warfare in a maritime operational environment are new tasks conducted by the alliance at sea. The enlargement of NATO to countries such as Finland and Sweden will likely strengthen the protection of the alliance's interests and reinforce cooperation between the North and South Atlantic. As I already mentioned, also states have a role to play in the protection of maritime security and freedom of navigation. And in this context, cooperation among like-minded states, such as France, Germany, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom, or Portugal, Spain, and Italy, as countries with long-established maritime interests, must be developed through an assertive collaborative projects. Portugal and the Portuguese Navy have been keeping a constant presence in the Western African coast, contributing to capacity building of partner countries in the protection of sovereign rights at sea, helping to improve cooperation defense training and strengthening the legal framework of regional maritime governance. This comprehensive approach to defense at sea will help to overcome capability shortfalls of national navies in a moment of geopolitical tension and territorialization of maritime spaces, from the Baltic Sea to the Eastern Mediterranean, from the Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific, due to the stabilizing presence of Russian and Chinese navies. In order to best protect our economies, internet submarine cables, electricity interconnectors, gas pipelines, and platforms, they all have to be secured. However, many of these infrastructures are owned by commercial enterprises and not by states. And this raises the issue of responsibility for the protection of this infrastructure against potential threats, and consequently to the matter of sustainability of digital and energy autonomy for European and non-European countries. The presence of multiple threats and risks requires the development and articulation of international, regional, and national cooperation that ensures collaborative integrated approach to the protection of maritime infrastructures and resources and limits the damages by power competition at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, with this I would like to finalize my intervention, to congratulate our partners, the Atlantic Center, for this 5th seminar, and wish you all, speakers, moderators, and our guests, a very fruitful work and a very productive debate. Thank you.
Convidamos agora o coordenador do Centro do Atlântico, Contra-Almirante Nuno de Noronha Bragança, para as suas notas de abertura.
Honorable ambassadors, distinguished keynote speaker, Director of the National Defense Institute, Professor Isabel Nunes, civilian and military entities, chairmen, Professor Bruno Cardoso e Almirante Sousa Costa, moderators, speakers and participants. I would like to welcome you to the Atlantic Center 5th Seminar under the theme of Great Power Competition in the Atlantic. My many thanks to the keynote speaker, le secrétaire permanent du comité interministériel de l'action de l'État en mer chez Cabinet du Premier ministre de la Côte d'Ivoire, and currently the co-chair of G7++ Friends of Gulf of Guinea, mon cher ami Abrolaye Fofana. Please note my sincere appreciation for your presence in the participation in this event. Due to its particular significance, I would like to refer that this seminar coincides with the year in which the 10th anniversary of the architecture of Yaoundé is celebrated, which I am pleased to highlight today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to address you in this opening ceremony of the 5th seminar in the presence of so many partners, and to all of whom I express my grateful thanks. A special word to Luso-American Development Foundation, a partner since the very start, we announced today, together with the Atlantic Center and the National Defense Institute, the call for the new edition of the Atlantic Security Award for Young Researchers. And last but not the least, a particular reference to thank Professor Francisco Proença Garcia, with the assistance of Rita Costa, for the coordination of the Atlantic Third report, and to all the co-authors. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to enhance the complex governance and security of the Atlantic Ocean, there is a crucial need for improved pan-Atlantic dialogue and collaborative initiatives, requiring the approach of the North, the South, the East, and West Atlantic through initiatives such as the Atlantic Center. The growing awareness of the need for further cooperation, consensus, and willingness to act on is evidenced by the partnership which have enabled the organization of this seminar, as well as by all participants present in this room. In fact, the seminar is an excellent illustration of the core idea behind the Atlantic Center. Today, 5 years after its foundation, we can congratulate ourselves on the participative, plural, and systematic way in which the Atlantic Center has played its role in promoting political dialogue on Atlantic security, prompting reflection and debate on the cross-cutting challenge facing this region, which are not isolated phenomena, but interdependent and transnational, and presenting significant complexity. Ladies and gentlemen, global security in 2022 showed a marked deterioration compared to a decade ago. And this is precisely in times of great uncertainty, doubt, and major difficulties such as that the international community is undergoing, that the work of clarification and discussion become truly crucial, playing a fundamental role in facilitating the understanding of the contemporary world. This seminar is an opportunity to present and discuss key security challenges facing the countries from the Atlantic Basin, and to strategize on how we could work individually and collectively to address this challenge at the national, sub-regional, regional, and international level to promote sustainable development for coastal states of the Atlantic in this critical interconnection between land and sea. We sometimes tend to underestimate this strategic decision, which in practice has resulted in the creation of a new space of policy dialogue, research and knowledge development, as well as support for capacity building. A space that, however, does not in any way condition the partners' participation in other organizations. On the contrary, in my opinion, the participation in different organizations, besides having an obvious advantage for each of our partners, reinforce and strengthen the Atlantic Center by allowing different insights and contribution to broad to this space of dialogue and diversity. I'm convinced that in the beginning of the activity, the Atlantic Center has been making its way, which allows for a note of optimism regarding the future. First, because we believe that the relation between all partner countries and organizations are going through a good phase, which is not negligible, accumulate capital. Second, because there is already a significant and diversified heritage of agreements shared by 23 countries of 65 located in the Atlantic Basin, which we aim to continue to increase. And a special word to Ghana that joined us in last July, in Togo that joined us last September. Thank you to Ghana and Togo, and very welcome to the newcomers. Third, the Atlantic Center has been developing a practice of dialogue, nowadays consolidated through meeting between the points of contacts of the countries, creating to this dialogue a growing sense of belonging, ensuring the necessary political impulse and coordination. Fourth, on a symbolic level, the Atlantic Center has proved to be a designation with sufficient catalyzing strength, generating a remarkable response showing the annual organization under the initiative or with the partnership of the Atlantic Center of several initiatives, of which this seminar is a good example. In conclusion, we would say that the Atlantic Center has succeeded in broadening its external projection, having also shown a remarkable capacity of attraction. Also, not being an exhaustive list, I believe that this overview allows us to face the future of the Atlantic Center with reasonable optimism, not as an exercise of futurology, but rather with our eyes on the horizon, as a way of understanding the present, confident that choice that we make amongst the options currently available to us, behind the constraints we do not control, will result in a future that to a large extent is in the hands of all of us to continue to build. Ladies and gentlemen, the Atlantic demands our attention and care. It is a responsibility that we have towards our citizens who direct or indirectly depend on this ocean. From the perspective of the Atlantic security in broad terms and its governance structures, we must think about the Atlantic community we want to build in the coming decades. How can we create conditions to deepen existing dialogues, consensus and cooperation in matters of security and thus face the risks and threats that affect this vast space. In this increasingly complex environment, the all-of-Atlantic approach allows for a serious and realistic debate on the challenges that affect the Atlantic in the North-South and East-West dimension, shared democratically and work on among equals. It is a duty to contribute to an ocean that unites people, and no country, agency, or initiative alone will be able to face so many and varied challenges. The answer, once again, ladies and gentlemen, must be through collaborations. I hope this seminar leads to fruitful discussion and avenues for further cooperation and consensus regarding the future of all of Atlantic stability and sustainability, reinforcing the Atlantic Center friendship community. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Atlantic Center 5th Seminar, and thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you.
Convidamos agora o Honorable Monsieur Abrolai Fofana a apresentar a sua leitura de abertura. Abrolai Fofana é secretário permanente do Comitê Interministerial para a Ação do Estado no Mar desde fevereiro de 2016. Sob a autoridade do Primeiro-Ministro, é responsável pela coordenação das missões das cerca de 15 administrações civis e militares que operam ou têm como zona de interesse o mar. E as suas missões abrangem 2 domínios principais: a proteção das zonas marítimas e o desenvolvimento da economia azul. Enquanto secretário permanente, é também presidente do Comitê Estratégico do Instituto Interregional da Segurança Marítima, instituto responsável pela formação em segurança marítima do pessoal civil e militar no Golfo da Guiné. Tem a palavra.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Madame Isabelle Ferreira Nunes, directeur de l'Institut de défense nationale. D'abord, je m'excuse, je vais m'exprimer en français, c'est la langue dans laquelle je suis le plus confortable. J'espère que la traduction fonctionne. Oui, bon, d'accord. Okay. Major général Nuno Leros Pires, directeur général de la défense, de la politique de défense. Amiral Nuno de Noronha Bragança, coordonnateur du Centre Atlantique. Mesdames et messieurs les membres du corps diplomatique, permettez que j'adresse un remerciement particulier à Madame l'ambassadrice de Côte d'Ivoire au Portugal, qui est venue participer à cet événement et nous soutenir. Merci, Excellence, pour votre présence. Mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je voudrais exprimer mon immense sentiment de gratitude envers le Centre Atlantique pour l'honneur qui m'a été fait d'être invité à faire la présentation inaugurale de son 5e séminaire. Amiral Nuno, commandant Louis, qui doit être dans la salle certainement, chers amis, merci pour les efforts déployés pour organiser ma participation à cet événement et surtout mon déplacement depuis mon pays jusqu'ici. Je vous prie de transmettre mes vifs remerciements au nom de mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, et à mon nom personnel au gouvernement du Portugal, à Madame la ministre de la Défense, représentée ce jour par Monsieur le Major général, directeur de la politique de défense nationale. Le Centre Atlantique, depuis sa création en 2018 et son lancement formel le 14 mai 2021, et en application de sa déclaration politique et de sa feuille de route de décembre 2021, a déjà largement contribué au renforcement des capacités et à une meilleure intégration du Golfe de Guinée dans ce que j'appellerais l'Atlantique global. Les objectifs poursuivis sont en effet largement partagés par nos États, à savoir le dialogue politique, la recherche et le renforcement des capacités. Mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, considère comme une opportunité formidable de participer à ce projet et nous rejoindrons très prochainement le groupe des États signataires. L'un des principaux objectifs énoncés dans le Joint Statement du 7 juillet 2022 est le renforcement des capacités par des séminaires et des exercices pour l'amélioration des performances des nations atlantiques. Le séminaire de ce jour, le 5e depuis la création du centre, se penche sur le thème de la compétition des grandes puissances dans l'Atlantique. Une thématique qui prend en compte la situation géopolitique mondiale actuelle, non seulement au niveau sécuritaire, mais également en toile de fond au niveau économique, et qui rappelle que la maîtrise des enjeux maritimes demeure un objectif primordial pour toutes les nations, pour les plus puissantes, aussi bien que pour les plus faibles. Les États du Golfe de Guinée, appuyés en cela par la communauté internationale, ont entrepris, depuis les 10 dernières années, le vaste projet de la mise en place d'une architecture de sécurité maritime, dite architecture de Yaoundé, pour adresser l'ensemble des problématiques sécuritaires de leurs espaces maritimes communs. C'est avec honneur et plaisir que j'ai accepté l'invitation du Centre Atlantique à prononcer cette adresse inaugurale autour de la thématique « 10 ans de l'architecture de Yaoundé, les perspectives ». Mon exposé va se bâtir autour des 4 points suivants. Une brève présentation du Golfe de Guinée, l'historique du processus de Yaoundé et une présentation de son architecture, une analyse et une évaluation qualitative des 10 dernières années et les perspectives d'évolution envisageables. Présentation du Golfe de Guinée. D'accord, ok, c'est bon. Le Golfe de Guinée couvre l'espace oriental de l'océan Atlantique, bordant le continent africain et s'étendant sur près de 6000 km de côte depuis le nord du Sénégal jusqu'au sud de l'Angola. Il couvre 26 États, dont 17 côtiers, 2 insulaires et 7 continentaux. 15 capitales politiques et économiques sont situées sur ces côtes, ainsi que 12 ports majeurs offrant des plateformes logistiques de classe mondiale. Sa population est estimée à près de 500 millions d'habitants, dont 40% vivent le long du littoral. Le Golfe de Guinée est un espace géostratégique d'importance majeure par sa position vis-à-vis de l'Atlantique et face au continent américain, et surtout par le fait qu'il est traversé quotidiennement par plus de 400 navires, ce qui en fait une des routes maritimes clés du commerce mondial. Les ressources halieutiques, 600 000 tonnes par an, gazières, 3% des réserves mondiales, pétrolières, 5% des réserves mondiales, et minières stratégiques telles que l'or, le cobalt, le platine, en font une zone d'affrontement des grandes puissances mondiales, mais aussi de convoitise des grands réseaux criminels exerçant dans la piraterie, la pêche illégale et les trafics en tout genre. Je vais vous faire un bref historique du processus de Yaoundé en insistant uniquement sur les dates clés et les dates clés du processus. La prolifération des actes de criminalité en mer et les nombreuses attaques de pirates contre les navires de commerce et les installations pétrolières vont amener les États du sud du Golfe de Guinée à organiser très tôt la lutte conjointe en signant en 2009 le protocole relatif à la stratégie de sécurisation des intérêts vitaux en mer des États de la CEAC et en mettant en place ce qui sera l'embryon de l'architecture de Yaoundé à travers la zone D et le Centre régional de sécurité maritime de l'Afrique centrale, appelé CRESMAC. Plus tard, en Afrique de l'Ouest, l'aggravation des actes de piraterie et de criminalité maritime vont amener le président du Bénin à demander l'appui des Nations Unies, amenant le Conseil de sécurité à prendre 2 résolutions, la 2018 en 2011 et la 2039 en 2012, appelant les États du Golfe de Guinée à élaborer ensemble une stratégie commune de sécurisation de leurs espaces maritimes avec l'appui de la communauté internationale. À cet effet, le sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement qui s'est tenu à Yaoundé les 24 et 25 juin 2013 va aboutir à la production de 3 instruments qui vont donner naissance au processus de Yaoundé et à son architecture de sécurité maritime, à savoir la déclaration des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, le mémorandum d'entente entre les 3 communautés, la CEDEAO, la CEAC et la CGG, le Code de conduite de Yaoundé. Ces instruments vont être complétés par la stratégie maritime intégrée 2050 de l'Union africaine, qui avait déjà été adoptée en décembre 2012, et la stratégie maritime intégrée de la CEDEAO, adoptée quant à elle un peu plus tard dans l'année 2014, pendant que celle de la CEAC avait été, comme je vous l'avais signalé tout à l'heure, adoptée en 2009. Et ce sont ces instruments complémentaires qui vont donner les bases de la mise en place de l'architecture de sécurité maritime de Yaoundé. Alors, vous avez sur la diapo une projection de ce que c'est que l'organigramme de l'architecture de Yaoundé, mais je vais vous l'expliquer sommairement. C'est une architecture qui est composée de 4 niveaux, placés sous la direction politique de la réunion des hauts responsables, constituée par les chefs des 3 communautés régionales que sont la CEDEAO, la CEAC et la CGG. Au niveau national, c'est la base de l'architecture. Nous avons les États qui, à travers leurs centres opérationnels maritimes nationaux, assurent la gestion opérationnelle tactique des incidents au quotidien. Au niveau multinational, c'est le second étage, nous avons 5 zones maritimes réparties entre les 2 régions, la zone EFG, les zones EFG pour la CEDEAO, donc côté Afrique de l'Ouest, et les zones A et D pour la CEAC, côté Afrique centrale, qui, elle, assure la coordination des opérations conjointes des États membres à travers des centres appelés centres multinationaux de coordination. Au 3e étage, nous avons le niveau régional, où nous avons 2 centres régionaux, le centre régional de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, le CRESMAO, et le centre régional de l'Afrique centrale, le CRESMAC. Et au niveau le plus élevé, au niveau interrégional, nous avons le centre interrégional de coordination, le CIC, qui assure la cohérence d'ensemble de toute l'architecture sur l'ensemble des 2 régions et surtout assure l'interface avec le niveau politique. Alors, la configuration géographique de l'architecture de Yaoundé est marquée par une répartition tenant compte de la géopolitique interrégionale du Golfe de Guinée et de l'équilibre entre les 2 grandes communautés régionales. Ce qui fait que nous avons, comme je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, 3 zones pour la CEDEAO. La CEDEAO, c'est la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous avons la zone ECO, avec son centre multinational de coordination situé à Cotonou au Bénin. La zone Foxtrot, avec son centre situé à Accra au Ghana. La zone Golfe, avec son centre situé à Praia au Cap-Vert. Tout est indiqué là sur le tableau. Alors, ces 3 zones que je viens de vous citer sont pilotées par le Centre régional de sécurité maritime de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, le CRESMAO. Ensuite, nous avons 2 zones pour la CEAC, la zone Alpha, dont le centre se trouve à Luanda, en Angola, la zone Delta, dont le centre est à Douala, au Cameroun, et ces 2 zones sont coordonnées par le Centre de sécurité maritime de l'Afrique centrale, situé à Pointe-Noire, en République du Congo. Et la structure faîtière, qui est la structure d'intercoordination régionale, qui s'appelle donc le Centre régional de coordination, le Centre interrégional de coordination, est quant à elle située à Yaoundé, au Cameroun. J'ai voulu, dans mon exposé, faire une analyse et une évaluation du processus et de l'architecture de Yaoundé sur les 10 dernières années. Cette évaluation va se faire bientôt, mais pour ce qui me concerne, c'est une évaluation qui est basée essentiellement sur des appréciations qualitatives des acteurs eux-mêmes et sur notre propre expérience de l'observation régulière et assidue de ces 10 dernières années du fonctionnement de l'architecture. Le constat principal que je voudrais vous faire partager, c'est que l'architecture de Yaoundé n'est pas un bloc homogène, dont le lancement aurait été fait le 25 juin 2013 à Yaoundé. Certains éléments de l'architecture existaient déjà avant 2013, notamment la zone Delta et les centres de cette zone, ainsi que les centres opérationnels maritimes de la plupart des États du Golfe de Guinée. Et par ailleurs, la plupart des centres de l'architecture ont été mis en place longtemps après 2013, au fur et à mesure. Et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, certains centres ne sont pas encore opérationnels. Notamment le centre de la zone Alpha, au large de l'Angola, et de la zone G, Praia. Ils ne sont toujours pas opérationnels. Alors, pour une évaluation efficace de l'architecture de Yaoundé, je vous propose d'observer plutôt la trajectoire du système qui a été mis en place. C'est-à-dire d'où venons-nous et vers où allons-nous, et surtout où en sommes-nous aujourd'hui au bout de 10 ans. Avant 2013, donc 2013 c'est l'année charnière où a été signée la convention du processus de Yaoundé entre les chefs d'État. Avant 2013 donc, la criminalité maritime ne constitue pas une question prioritaire pour les hauts dirigeants des États du Golfe de Guinée. Nous connaissions déjà la notion du sea blindness, qui est un concept plutôt économique expliquant l'ignorance quant aux potentialités de la mer. Pour le Golfe de Guinée, avant 2013, il faudrait également ajouter au sea blindness ce que moi j'appellerais la notion du sea lawless, c'est-à-dire le concept de la mer sans loi, le champ libre laissé à la piraterie, à la pêche INN et au trafic en tout genre. Après 2013, après donc la signature du traité de Yaoundé, il se produit une vraie rupture. Grâce au lancement du processus de Yaoundé, une véritable prise de conscience s'opère au niveau national et international de la situation sécuritaire dans le Golfe de Guinée, donnant naissance à de multiples projets d'appui de la communauté internationale. Il faut souligner que la situation sécuritaire dans le Golfe d'Aden, autrefois épicentre de la piraterie maritime dans le monde, s'étant largement améliorée grâce aux opérations notamment Atalante, en association avec des grandes puissances comme le Japon et la Chine, le Golfe de Guinée va devenir au fur et à mesure l'épicentre, le nouvel épicentre, surtout aux alentours des années 2010, le plus grand foyer en matière de piraterie maritime dans le monde. De ce qui a marché dans le Golfe d'Aden, on ne pourra retenir pour le Golfe de Guinée que le modèle du code de conduite de Djibouti. L'exemple de la Combined Task Force 151 n'étant pas applicable dans une zone avec des États souverains de plein droit. C'est donc à travers une architecture conçue et mise en œuvre par les États du Golfe de Guinée que la lutte s'organise pendant les 10 dernières années. Alors, de 2013 à notre jour, puisque je vous ai proposé d'examiner plutôt la trajectoire, de voir d'où nous venons et vers où nous allons regarder la courbe du processus. C'est un peu simplifié, bien sûr, mais c'est vraiment pour avoir une image de la façon dont les choses ont évolué jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Et cette courbe, de notre point de vue, est restée ascendante, parce que là, on parle de processus cumulatif, avec la mise en œuvre au fur et à mesure d'un certain nombre d'activités et de centres opérationnels. En 2013, nous avons le sommet de Yaoundé. C'est l'origine de la courbe. Dès 2014, nous avons l'inauguration du centre interrégional de coordination à Yaoundé, qui est la fêtière, mais en même temps la mise en place et l'adoption de la stratégie maritime intégrée de la CEDEAO, ainsi que l'inauguration du centre régional de sécurité maritime d'Afrique centrale. En 2015, nous avons l'inauguration du centre multinational de la zone Delta. En 2016, nous avons la signature de la charte de Lomé. En 2017, nous avons opérationnalisé le centre international de coordination et inauguré le centre multinational de coordination de la zone ECO. En 2018, inauguration du centre multinational de la zone Foxtrot. En 2022, inauguration du CRESMAO qui avait commencé à fonctionner longtemps avant et surtout mise en place de la zone Golfe à Praia, qui n'est peut-être pas encore totalement opérationnelle, mais qui est absolument prêt à rentrer en fonctionnement. Il reste juste une décision politique à prendre. 2022-2023, nous avons procédé à de nombreux pourparlers autour de la mise en œuvre de la zone A, qui serait donc la dernière zone à activer au niveau de l'architecture de Yaoundé. Et cette année 2023, nous allons donc célébrer le 10e anniversaire de cette architecture. Alors aujourd'hui, de nombreuses activités réalisées par les États et conjointement dans les zones sont faites en relation avec l'architecture de Yaoundé. Le renforcement des capacités opérationnelles par l'acquisition de vecteurs maritimes et aériens, par la formation du personnel, a connu une forte accélération pendant ces 10 dernières années. À cela, il faut ajouter l'appui multiforme de la communauté internationale, à la fois bilatérale et multilatérale, qui s'est exprimé à travers de nombreux programmes et projets, dont les plus emblématiques sont la plateforme du G7++, Amis du Golfe de Guinée, qui est coprésidée cette année par mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire et l'Allemagne, La présence maritime coordonnée, l'exercice Grand African Nemo du centre de commandement de l'Atlantique pour la France et des projets comme SWEMS et Yaris de l'Union européenne. 10 ans après, où en sommes-nous? Alors, je voudrais, pour l'analyse des 10 ans, m'orienter sur 3 axes principaux, l'axe politique, l'axe opérationnel et l'axe juridique et institutionnel. Sur ces 3 axes, le processus a fait des progrès remarquables ces 10 dernières années. Au niveau politique, le processus a mis en place une capacité de gouvernance intégrée du Golfe de Guinée à travers la coordination des 3 communautés économiques régionales. Ce sont les 3 communautés ensemble qui gèrent l'architecture de Yaoundé. Au niveau opérationnel, la capacité à mener des opérations intégrées et coordonnées s'est montrée à travers les interventions qui ont permis la résolution de certains incidents de piraterie dans la zone et à travers des opérations conjointes interzonales et interrégionales. Au niveau juridique et institutionnel, c'est là que les progrès ont été vraiment les plus remarquables. Certains États ont adopté des lois anti-piraterie, notamment le Nigeria et le Togo. Il y a eu également l'adoption de ce qu'on a appelé l'acte additionnel de la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et l'acte additionnel consiste à donner la possibilité aux États qui appréhendent des pirates ou des criminels en mer de les transférer vers d'autres États qui sont mieux dotés juridiquement pour procéder au jugement de ces criminels. Il y a eu également, fait notable, la mise en place de stratégies maritimes intégrées pour la plupart des pays du Golfe de Guinée, notamment mon pays, le mien, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Ghana, qui a lancé il y a encore quelques semaines sa stratégie nationale intégrée, et le Libéria, qui a dû lancer sa stratégie, je crois, il y a seulement quelques jours. Il y a eu et il est en cours actuellement l'élaboration des procédures opérationnelles standards harmonisées, qu'on appelle les POCH, qui sont des procédures juridiques et opérationnelles qui permettent de gérer la mutualisation des moyens et surtout de gérer les opérations interadministration pour permettre l'aboutissement au legal finish, aux procédures juridiques permettant de boucler totalement les processus en ce qui concerne la criminalité maritime. Et ces poches ont été mises en place déjà dans des pays comme le Nigeria, le Bénin, le Togo et la Côte d'Ivoire. Et il y a eu, sous l'égide de l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour la drogue et la criminalité, l'organisation de procès fictifs en matière de piraterie pour former nos magistrats et nos procureurs. En résumé, je souhaiterais noter les points forts et les axes d'effort suivants. Au niveau des points forts, il faut noter une conscience de plus en plus forte de l'ensemble des acteurs du Golfe de Guinée de la nécessité de travailler ensemble. Il faut noter également le développement de ce que j'appellerais une quasi-culture autour du processus de Yaoundé, grâce aux différentes rencontres nationales et internationales, la montée en puissance des marines des États du Golfe de Guinée, qui se sont de plus en plus équipés en matière de vecteurs, mais également l'ensemble des forces d'application de la loi, notamment les armées de l'air, qui ont acquis des avions de surveillance, le renforcement des capacités des personnels des centres, grâce à des programmes de formation développés par des structures sous-régionales, appuyées par les partenaires internationaux. Alors, les points faibles, on ne dit plus points faibles, on parle d'axes d'effort. Les axes d'effort, donc, sur lesquels il faudrait travailler, c'est notamment l'opérationnalisation des zones alpha et golfe, mais qui va être fait très rapidement. Le déploiement du personnel actuellement est très insuffisant dans les centres, donc nous y travaillons activement. Et nous avons surtout constaté, au niveau du haut management de l'architecture, un fonctionnement irrégulier des structures de gestion. Notamment, la réunion des hauts responsables ne s'est réunie qu'une seule fois en 10 ans, alors que c'est le board qui gère l'architecture. Et la commission finance, qui est chargée de la mise en place du suivi de la stratégie de finance, ne s'est réunie, elle également, qu'une fois, la deuxième fois ayant été faite à Berlin il y a seulement 1 an. Et évidemment, je parlais de la commission finance, il va nous rester comme axe d'effort principal le problème du financement de l'architecture, financement autonome de l'architecture. En termes de perspective, à l'occasion des 10 ans de l'architecture, 2 évaluations seront conduites. Les feuilles de route sont déjà prêtes, Elles ont été réalisées sous l'égide et avec l'appui du G7++ Amis du Golfe de Guinée, mais avec l'ensemble des communautés économiques régionales. 2 évaluations vont donc être mises en place pour ces 10 ans. Une évaluation du code de conduite, évaluation juridique, et une évaluation des centres, qui est une évaluation opérationnelle. C'est à l'issue de ces 2 évaluations que nous aurons une idée claire et précise des perspectives de l'architecture. Mais nous pouvons d'ores et déjà, je dirais, prospecter l'avenir en nous basant sur les acquis du passé et sur les challenges du présent. Alors, pour commencer, il faut déjà procéder à la fixation d'objectifs clairs et mesurables et à la mise en place d'un vrai plan d'action pour faciliter le suivi et l'évaluation du processus. Ce n'est pas le cas actuellement. Et surtout, à court terme, nous souhaitons la transformation du code de conduite en un instrument juridique contraignant qui devrait donc permettre une meilleure prise en compte des enjeux et des défis régionaux. Et par-dessus tout, ce sur quoi j'ai insisté tout à l'heure, c'est le développement d'une stratégie pour le financement durable de l'architecture qui demeure certainement le défi majeur des prochaines années. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en guise de conclusion, je voudrais, en ligne avec le thème central de notre séminaire de ce jour, qui porte sur la compétition des grandes puissances dans l'Atlantique, proposer une réflexion sur le positionnement de l'architecture de Yaoundé par rapport aux grandes mutations en cours dans l'Atlantique global, pour la recherche d'une synergie d'action avec les initiatives et organisations déjà en place. Notamment, je voudrais citer le processus de Rabat, géré par mon homologue et frère, l'ambassadeur Tarek, avec le partenariat pour la coopération atlantique, sous la brillante conduite de mon ami l'ambassadeur Jessica Lapen, et bien évidemment avec le Centre Atlantique qui nous reçoit ce jour. Mesdames et Messieurs, Excellences, je vous remercie pour votre attention et je souhaite longue vie au Centre Atlantique pour que vive la coopération atlantique internationale. Merci.
Teremos agora intervalo de 15 minutos. Será servido coffee break no hall do auditório. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, dentro de momento retomaremos os trabalhos. Queiram, por favor, ocupar os vossos lugares. Informamos que, por motivos técnicos, lamentavelmente não será possível realizar a tradução do evento. Agradecemos a compreensão.
Everyone, boa tarde, bem-vindos, good afternoon, Madame Director, Admiral Coordinator of the Atlantic Center, Monsieur le Secrétaire Permanent, je tiens à vous féliciter pour votre excellente conférence d'ouverture. I strongly recommend the paper that is the pretext for this talk. As I said to the Admiral Coordinator when I was very kindly invited to chair, this is great because I have to be here and to listen and I don't have to talk, or at least not for too long. I've also asked all the members of the panel to try to keep their comments brief so that we have some time for debate, for Q&A at the end, hopefully. I would just say as an historian, it's obvious that oceans do change, maybe physically not that much, even if that apparently is changing dramatically in recent years. Yes, we know that the Atlantic has existed for many millions of years as a physical feature of the globe, but as a political, historical, cultural, certainly geostrategic reality, we have to wait until maybe the late 15th century, early 16th century for the Atlantic really to emerge. For the first time, we have a clear picture for at least some of the states in the Atlantic of the wholeness of the ocean, its margins. And it's true also that oceans and their importance does change with power transitions, with changes in the structure of the global system. I would probably argue, but this is one initial question, maybe we can think that with a unipolar system, with a single great power, the Atlantic and all other geographical, geostrategic stages lost a degree of importance because the single great power, the United States, could basically pick and choose, or at least they thought they could. Maybe, and this is another question, maybe if you have a bipolar system, great power competition can mean moving towards a bipolar system, or a multipolar system, it will have different implications for the Atlantic and its importance. Maybe a bipolar competition will be a bit more disciplined, and there will be strong competition for all continents and seas. Maybe if we have a multipolar or even apolar system, we will have significantly more conflict and a lot of, let's say, chaotic violence with terrible consequences for all the continents and all the oceans. So this is one first set of questions. The other one, I think, is how important is this difference between the South and the North Atlantic, and does it have implications for thinking about great power competition? If you look at shipping density, certainly the North Atlantic and the North Pacific are still extremely relevant, and even if there is a relative loss of power and maybe importance, relevance of powers in the North Atlantic, that does not mean a complete collapse, maybe a gradual shift, partial shift. But what about the South Atlantic? There is a huge potential there, I would argue, again, a question. This incredible demographic dividend, potential demographic dividend in Africa, but also potential problems if it's not properly explored. Huge potential in terms of strategic resources, new strategic resources. If we think of cobalt, copper, for instance, the Democratic Republic of Congo and other countries in Africa. If we think of rare earths, for instance, Brazil is the third, according to most estimates. So there is a huge potential there. Will that potential be realized, and what will be the implications also in terms of this dynamic for great power competition? So these are my initial questions or comments. I was thinking of following the lineup, but we will make a small change maybe. So I would start with Professor Lieutenant Colonel Francisco Proença Garcia from the Universidade Católica Portuguesa. I'm going to dispense the extensive CVs in the interest of time. Thank you.
Oh, many thank you. I just have some words of appreciation, mainly to the Atlantic Center. Last year, the former coordinator Licinia challenged me to coordinate this, and I immediately say, yes, I'll do it, but I need an assistant. And they provide me an amazing assistant that is Rita Costa. She is not here today, but she made a tremendous effort and tremendous work, and part of the success of the report depends on her. So then, with the new coordinator, we work perfectly. Old friends, myself and Nuno, and everything went smoothly. They make my life very simple. They organize almost everything, not even a problem. And I'm an infantry guy coordinating a report about the Atlantic. It was a huge challenge, and I learned a lot. And I learned with colleagues from different countries and different institutes that we invited. We have several meetings. We exchanged lots of emails, discussed the papers, and finally we have this. I think it's a good report. I advise you to read it because you will learn. I learned a lot with this report. So my words of appreciation for all the team that work in this report, for all the authors, and mainly to the Atlantic Center for the challenge. And we are always here to support your activities, academic activities, of course. And also a word of gratitude to Isabel for the support that the Institute also gave to us. Many thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have maybe coffee. Amposa Duodus from the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. And as a civil naval officer, it's always good to lay the pretext that whatever comments I make here are my own. Because I want to go back home and enjoy my salary. So I work with the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute as a director and as a researcher. And we are excited to be part of this project because we see a lot of things panning out in the Gulf of Guinea, and there hasn't been a lot of focus in the region in terms of research. So having the opportunity to share our views and thoughts about it, we thought was quite exciting and good, and we thank Atlantic Center for the opportunity. I think my opening comments or remarks will be that we've always known the Atlantic region to have a lot of competition since the 13th century, I think 1494, where there was some kind of arrangement between Spain and Portugal to divide the Atlantic into two. And I think currently we still see the remnants of that, with Brazil being the only country in South America that speaks Portuguese, with all the others speaking Spanish, because they fell just outside that demarcation. But lately we see that a lot has happened since then. We had the colonial era where you had all these European powers coming to Africa to engage in trade. You had the age of sail. You had the Anglo-Dutch wars. You have the world wars where major battles were fought in the Atlantic. Comes down to the Cold War, then to post-Cold War era, and then the current era where countries are trying to reassert their influence. These days, a lot of countries are trying to find how to gain more influence, because America has been a superpower. China is entering the game. Russia is also trying to reassert its influence in the world. So what does it mean for the states in the Gulf of Guinea? And why does the Gulf of Guinea even matter in all of this? It matters because we've seen a lot of interventions by European countries, by non-Atlantic powers in the Southern Atlantic, and it has to beg the question why it is going on, mainly because of the resources in the region, as we've alluded to. And Africa is also a very young continent, and recently I think Goldman Sachs released a report that says by 2050, about 8 of the 15 major economies in the world will be in the Atlantic region. So all the trade that we see in the Pacific is likely to shift to the Atlantic, and that has implications for all the countries within the region. And lately we've seen that French and the British and Portugal, who usually previously had colonial ties to the continent, are losing grip of this continental or this link with the recent coups in the Francophone countries and British falling back on its colonial ties, it gives room for some of these other powers to come in, like Russia, that is gaining a lot of influence in the region in most of these countries because there is a power vacuum and people are outsourcing their security. So it comes about as a security provider and gets access into the region. You have other countries like Korea, Japan, India, because I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a seminar between...
the LAPTEF Sea, for those that are familiar with the geography of the Arctic, and the Lomonosov Ridge. So it's a very important area. It's the northern part of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. It's a very mineral-rich area. So it is obviously of interest for any country in the world, either if that area goes to the international area, so which is actually called area in the terms of the Convention on the Law of the Sea, or go for belong to a specific country. In this case, Russia, it's the only one that can actually claim that area. But when we go south to the main area of the Atlantic, we can see a lot of maritime disputes in terms of continental shelf. And some of them are blocked. And if any coastal states evoke Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission, we cannot consider that particular submission. For instance, Portugal and Spain, we have some overlapping areas in the Galicia Bank, so in the northern part of our submission, the Portuguese submission. We have also in the southern part with Canary Islands, with Spain. But we have an agreement between Portugal and Spain that the Commission can analyze and issue recommendations for our individual submissions, and later on it's a process between the two states. So Portugal and Spain will have to sit together and decide where would be the boundary in the extended continental shelf for that overlapping area. But some countries, they do not allow even the Commission to consider those particular submissions. I mentioned in the north from Rockall Bank, which is disputed with Iceland, UK, Ireland, and Denmark. We have in the south, as we all know, the Falklands and Malvina. So the UK as a submission and Argentina as a submission for the same place, because they are actually disputing the land, and in this case the land commands the sea. So whenever we have this sort of disputes, we cannot actually consider the submissions at the Commission level, and we will not issue any recommendations. Mm-hmm. But moving on time and trying to foresee in the future, I would say in 50, 60 years, we might have all submissions, at least in the Atlantic area, solved. And by that time, we will have the area, the boundaries of the area established. And the area is what we call the common heritage of humankind. It's res communis or res nullis, because it's managed by an international authority, the International Authority for the seafloor, the seabed authority. But all countries, either European, American, North American, South American, or African can apply areas, can apply some sort of possession, some sort of license to explore and exploit on those areas, or any country around the world. And today we can see just 235 meters south from the extended continental shelf, as submitted in 2017 by Portugal to the Commission, we have several blocks of Poland of 100 square kilometers. So Poland is actually our closest country in terms of seabed resources. It's 200 meters, and for those, and I can see a lot of uniforms from Navy, 200 meters in the sea, it's nothing. It's a line. A line at the sea, it's 200 meters. So we don't have a way to control who gets what. We know, as we speak now, Poland is actually doing its own work. It's trying to analyze, to evaluate the value of those resources, and eventually in the future they will explore. We have now this issue of the moratoria not to explore the sea floor until we can actually control damage, environmental damage when exploring. And so we in Portugal signed that moratoria up to 2050. And so we will not touch the seafloor until we have the technology that allow us to do our exploration and exploitation in a very responsible way in terms of environment. But we don't know other states. We don't know what are the standards for China, for Poland, for Russia. Russia has a huge blocks in the latitude of Cape Verde. And then we have France from Ifremer between Russia and Poland, and we have a full area down to the south, because in the north it's actually very saturated in terms of claiming areas there, but in the south we have, especially in the mid-Atlantic ridge, it's the filet mignon, it's the very best part to explore. It's where we have all types of materials that can assist us for the transition for a green economy, a green sustainable, for batteries, lithium, cobalt, everything is there. And if we look to the Clarion Clipperton in the Pacific, the actors that are right now there, we can identify easily, as you mentioned, India, South Korea, China, Japan, and they will come to Atlantic because they prefer to explore what is for anyone, what is the resources for everyone in the area first, and then they will explore their own extended continental shelf, and then continental shelf within the 200 nautical miles. So I'm pretty sure that in 50 years we will have this line, which is the sum of all extended continental shelves, which will serve also as the line to define the area. And by that time, we will have the technology, and we might explore those areas. And the Atlantic will be completely different. We will have a lot of emerging states in the Atlantic, and the game will, geopolitically, the game will definitely change. And these are my initial remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albino. Ennio Asi, do Centro de Estudos Estratégicos do Exército.
From the Strategic Center from the Brazilian Army.
Boa tarde, professores.
Good afternoon, Professor Isabel, who welcomes us here at her home. The Rear Admiral Sousa Costa, on behalf of whom I greet all the authorities. We kindly inform that the service of simultaneous interpretation have now been resumed. We thank you for your understanding.
Yeah.
I thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Colonel Arias from the Center of Strategic Studies of the Army. It may sound odd to you, being such we are both from infantry. It may sound as an oddity. We have received the invitation from the Defense Ministry, we were invited, and we accepted. We took the gauntlet without any pretension to occupy the Navy's space, because our approach was merely political and strategical and not military or political, which suit the Navy best. Only the intention was to contribute for the debate, just like the academia has done. So I thank you very much for this opportunity, which I wish to harness. Dear friends, Professor Natalia, the Secretary from the Ministry of External Relations, it is important to be here, this work that has been undertaken by the Atlantic Center, developing a subject that is very important. My starting point was firstly to acknowledge the phenomenon, recognizing it, the importance of recognizing the phenomena. Then we agree that the international system has stood out by growing geopolitical disputes, and at the same time the security, the collective system, which is multinational, it looks to us it has suffered some kind of disruption and erosion. There is an hegemonic dispute protagonized by the United States and by China. And that dispute is much greater than itself and reaches Latin America and Brazil. So this is the first step that we have identified. As regards Latin America and Brazil, China, for instance, as of 2001, it has had a very deep presence in Latin America. In Brazil, particularly in terms of the economic expression and in terms of the trade expression, logically accompanied by diplomatic efforts and political efforts, intending to be given access to resources, the so-called commodities, farming resources, as well as to reach more markets. That's the main aim. And we have identified modest military engagement. We agree with Vice Admiral Victor Lupo when he has previously stated that China has not demonstrated so far to possess a consolidated project for the Atlantic. In the case of the United States, Brazil has a traditional relation which is much consolidated from the inner side, also in terms of the defense. This nearness is also extended to NATO countries with which we have deep relations in terms of purchase of equipment and several other issues. That is, both the United States and China play a key role for us, both in terms of bilateral relations. That's the second item I would like to be made very clear. The hemisphere security, which would be the third item regarding Latin America, America as a whole. It has two dimensions, a geopolitical and a security dimension. In terms of the first one, nowadays we acknowledge that the threat perception of a confrontation between states it is quite low. This perception, on the other hand, in terms of the security vector, and also in terms of the domestic nature of these countries, commitment has been undertaken in terms of security apparatus and defense apparatus, so as to be able to face the threats, not the traditional ones, engaging in organized crimes and people traffic, weapons traffic, trying therefore to neutralize, trying to avoid it to infect the regional space. That's the greatest challenge. As the most significant body who always works accordingly in terms of safety, the Organization of the American States that has been created in the 1940s, and it has been transformed and adapting, and now it defends fairly so this mission, this multidimensional mission that is safety. Very well. There's a fourth item directly connecting Brazil and the Atlantic. Portugal and Spain in the 15th century, they have conquered, they were the protagonists, and they have transformed an important route of maritime traffic, interconnecting Europe to America, and Africa and Asia. And this legacy has been very important. Brazil has a maritime vocation, just like Portugal. We bend over the ocean. Our coastline is over 7,000 kilometers long. The trade maritime volume is more than 95% that we now possess. The oil resources and gas resources mean 90% of the traditional Brazilian area, and most of the population lives in the coastline. 40% of the population lives near the coastline, so it is key for Brazil. Yet, Brazil has a fraction vision of the Atlantic Basin, a strategic vision. We are more focused on the southern side, the southern part, not exactly in terms of geography, but the part that with which we identify more. And we acknowledge there are important distinctions between the north and the southern part. We have our own regional complex there. Nevertheless, we should never underestimate this encompassing perspective that the Atlantic Center proposes, because several issues have led us to take measures, to take interregional measures, which now demands more attention towards this threat in order to have an unlimited cooperation, because Brazil actually is interested in maintaining a stable Atlantic with the transportation means properly safe and open, thus ensuring the development of an ocean and sustainable ocean economy, so that we can then strongly contribute for the environmental protection, thus protecting biodiversity, which at the moment is maybe one of the greatest challenges ahead for mankind. So, in short, we hope the competition between the great powers will follow the path. It will follow the path of cooperation, of peaceful coexistence, instead of following the path of catastrophe, not abiding of what Thucydides has established. Thank you very much. And now the following speakers will take the floor.
Move towards the discussants, and I would start with Raquel Duque from Universidade Católica Portuguesa. Thank you, Raquel.
Thank you. So let me just take a few moments to thank the invitation to participate in this seminar to Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes. It's always very good to be back in this institute, and to Rear Admiral Noronha Bragança. And I would like to congratulate the speakers and the authors of this report, because we have here a very insightful and relevant ideas and thoughts that will be with us for the next few years, and it's really important to have this kind of documents. So the Atlantic Center celebrates 5 years since it began to be developing these very strategic goals and its mission. And it has grown in signatory states, and today we had very good news on another signatory state. And the Atlantic Center has always carried out international activities that offer us multidisciplinary selection of works, and we can have a solid and useful knowledge to understand what happens in the Atlantic region. And I would like to start by recalling a statement made by the Portuguese Prime Minister in February this year on the margins of the Forum La Torre. He claimed that the perspective of the EU enlargement to eastern countries brings a political challenge to the countries with an Atlantic tie. And I quote, "Each enlargement to the east means that Europe's center of attention is shifted to the center of Europe. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, yet it is indispensable for us to greatly boost the Atlantic Alliance." And I couldn't agree more with this perspective, and I believe that Portugal and the Atlantic Center in particular can be a mobilizer of wills and try to work to cooperate on shared problems. That we can see from this report that it is very important to develop this dialogue, this current dialogue between all the margins of the Atlantic. This report is focused on maritime security. It has been pointed out in the introductory remarks of the report and in the 7 articles. And all the authors shows us that the interconnectedness of maritime security with, and I quote part of Francisco's and Sophia's introduction, so the interconnectedness of maritime security with inland and political factors in the context of ongoing global great power competition. So maritime security is one of Portugal's political priorities, but it's also European Union a priority, and it's quite obvious. It became encapsulated in the EU Maritime Security Strategy, and we can understand this importance that this economic and political bloc attributes to maritime security. 90% of the EU's external trade and 40% of its internal trade is transported by sea, and 50% of the EU population and GDP are in maritime regions. Across the Atlantic, in the north and south and in the east and west, maritime security has been discussed, and there have been efforts for increasing regional cooperation, and several of these articles show us this. And actually this report is relevant because it provides us with perspectives from non-great powers, and it's important to have the views of non-great powers about what the great powers do in our shores. I just have 3 questions, and I will start with a general question for all the speakers if they want to pitch in on this. So although in theory the European Union's strategic documents emphasize that there is cooperation with relevant partner countries and other international and regional organizations, in particular the UN, the United Nations system, NATO, and the African Union. In the Atlantic context, how does this cooperation really take place? Is it tangible? Does it have an impact? The current, the existing cooperation mechanism, does it have impact for the member states of these regional institutions or organizations? And if doesn't have that much impact, what do you believe are the main obstacles to this effective cooperation? Secondly, and now maybe a more specific question to Aldino Campos. You mentioned here in the presentation and in the report that 3 states, Poland, France, and the Russian Federation, have made requests to the International Seabed Authority to explore in areas beyond national jurisdiction in the Atlantic. And what do you think, what kind of competition can really arise from potential interactions in the Atlantic between these countries, knowing that, or if Russia-Ukraine war becomes a frozen conflict? What can it be in the near future or medium-term future? Will it be a stalemate? Will it be a confrontation? And briefly, a third commentary that I would like to hear our speakers on is about the non-traditional actors in the Atlantic, namely China and India, that was also developed in some of the articles, their presence as great powers with interests, namely in seabed mineral activities, and how can Atlantic states from the north, from the south, from the east and from the west best safeguard their interests. And I should have said this in the beginning, but Pedro and I, we made a division of our intervention, and I was mainly focused on topics related to the northern hemisphere of the Atlantic, and Pedro would take topics from the southern hemisphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raquel. And now I would give the floor to Pedro Seabra from ISCTE, Instituto Universitário de Lisboa. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Well, much as like the rest, I would like to begin, of course, to thank for the very nice invitation to be present at this seminar, and to thank Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes and Admiral Noronha Bragança for this opportunity to be a part of this important event. And it gives me great joy that I now recall it has been now the 5th seminar which I've been a part of in terms of the Atlantic Center's activities, which I think gives us great enthusiasm about how far we've come with the consolidation of this project, and how important it has become as a venue to attract so many different voices with equal interests on what happens in terms of the Atlantic security, and how we can bring it together in the form of such useful outputs as this report that helps structure this entire event this afternoon. So that has been quite a joy to see and to be a part as well this afternoon with some brief comments that I was asked to provide. I would, as Ricardo just mentioned, I would like to focus a bit more down south, my remarks, but I would like to structure these words around 3 provocations, which I believe are also the job of any commentator, which is sort of to try and rattle our speakers here today and try to instigate them to also go a bit beyond the report itself. And I think all the different chapters cover different perspectives and different views, different country interests, different regional interests within the Atlantic. But I think there are a couple of issues that we can bring up today and that might help us to provoke a bit more of a discussion also from the audience in terms of what we expect to see in the next few years with regards to the Atlantic. And the first issue, which is very dear to me, has to do with the issue of governance. We keep hearing quite a lot about the need to think of a governance model, a rules-based governance model, the need for us to think of how to apply pre-existent governance models to the Atlantic context, but at the same time we seem to take quite a bit of a caution approach on how exactly to proceed when deciding which model we should focus on to tackle issues that we admit and that we agree upon that are consensual in terms of how they are threats or dangerous to our shared interests. And I think this is an important issue because nearly all the chapters in this report touch indirectly upon it, but they do seem to recognize that in the context of the Atlantic, we face an enormous amount of superposition between different solutions and proposals on how to tackle the same security issues. At the same time, we see still this lingering notion that perhaps the best option, the best solution is just the one that is more formal, a more traditional approach to governance itself. And I believe that when we look upon the track record of the Atlantic, broadly speaking, we often encounter quite a preference, I would say, or predilection, regardless of how you prefer to label it, for more informal approaches to this kind of issues. And this begs the question whether or not our attention right now in terms of how the Atlantic is being handled, tackled, or taken care of is so much focus on formal dispositions or on this previous notions of more formal organizations that need to be institutionalized as such, instead of giving enough space, enough credit, enough room for other possible alternatives that are more informal in nature, in how they are designed and created, and perhaps also in how they are able to be a bit more effective than previous solutions of this kind. And I believe this is quite important because we are seeing this rise in importance on specific security threats in the context of the Atlantic, which perhaps might be better handled if we were to give more space or more credibility to some of these alternative solutions. Rafael's chapter, for example, we're talking about this, which tackles the issue of critical maritime infrastructures, raises the question whether or not the tools that we have at our disposal from a governance point of view are in fact the more adequate ones in face of the quick development that the technology and the importance of this technology has gathered in recent years. And so this would probably be one of the first provocations that I will leave this afternoon. Can we even speak of a fit-for-all governance model for the Atlantic context, or do we need to give more room and space to other alternatives, perhaps more issue-tailored or issue-focused, that can be perhaps a bit more effective than what we have at our disposal right now? The second provocation that I was thinking about when reading this report was also how we sort of tiptoe around the issue of legacy, which I think is very, very much present whenever we talk about the Atlantic. I've worked a bit on this in the past, and I do believe it's staggering the amount of historical forgetfulness about previous experiments of the kind in the Atlantic. Each couple of 10 years, we see new proposals, we see new ideas, but at the same time, we still see a lack of acknowledgement and recognition of what happened before and what did not work before. And I think this contaminates a bit our debate and our discussions about what to expect in the context of the Atlantic. If we do not learn from previous experiences and previous initiatives, if we do not recognize why they did not work in the past, we are bound to keep on repeating the same mistakes. And I think our keynote speaker today gave us a very good overview about the Yaoundé process, but I would perhaps, again, in the spirit of provocation, counter-argue if perhaps there are not some obstacles that we have seen in recent years in terms of the implementation of the Yaoundé process that perhaps we should take into consideration and try and see how we can perfect and improve some of the solutions that are currently in place. So legacy for me seems to be something which we do not necessarily give too much attention, and perhaps we should recognize a bit more heads-on. And lastly, because I do not want to overextend myself, but I think the third final point that I think also resonates from all chapters is really how we all can agree that we need to better learn from each other's experiences and initiatives. And so I wonder, given all your different takes on how to tackle the issue of great power competition, but how can we improve the sharing of experiences and best practices? If we admit that the Atlantic does not stand in a vacuum in the international system, that is affected by what happens far away in the Indo-Pacific, as the introduction also points out in the report, how can we ensure that best practices and lessons learned actually travel from one place to the other? How can the Atlantic itself also learn from different contributions from different maritime ecosystems? Because even though we might all this afternoon recognize the importance of the Atlantic, it does not stand alone in the international system. How can we help to promote that different considerations, different experiences and lessons can be incorporated into our discussions and into our own policy-making, decision-making processes? And I would leave with those three provocations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. So maybe I will, before I give the floor back to the main speakers and authors, I will just open the floor for one question, because we also have the questions from the discussants. If someone has a pressing question from the audience, then you have waited already for a while, so we can do that. Otherwise, yeah, we have one there, a lady over there. So I think to conclude from all of this that, in fact, probably we don't have enough competition. We needed more competition. You know, China is not sufficiently involved. Yes, go ahead,
okay,
please.
Hi. Thank you for sharing all of this. I didn't have the pleasure to read the report.
Can you just identify yourself?
Yeah, my name is Fia Gomes. I'm currently an intern here in IDN. And I was wondering, what really unites all these countries bordering the Atlantic? Is it just merely a geographical unity, or are there interests and values that unite them? And also a question related to this is that, considering that we have great power in this geography, the United States, a rising power such as Brazil, where are the other countries in this situation? Are their interests and values being heard as well as of the other countries that I mentioned? And that's it.
Thank you very much, Sophia. So maybe I'll just go over in the same order, starting with Francisco.
My life was too easy during the coordination of the research, so now I keep that easy life and give the floor to my colleagues. They've done the research.
Okay.
But to the intern lady, I just emphasize that the Atlantic is very vast. You have different interests, different regime types, democracies, authoritarian powers, different approaches on the Atlantic. On the north you have different approaches, different international organizations. So it's a mix. You do not have a single opinion about this. So it's very diverse. And this diversity is reflected. When you read the report, you will find this diversity here.
Yeah. I would argue it's one of the added values of the Atlantic Center. Yeah. Not to deny that diversity or even divergence of views, but to try to exchange views and at least clarify things, make things clearer and
have the best practice. The lessons learned and the best practices, and then spread it through the members of the Atlantic Center.
Thank you. Kofi, do you want to
yes,
on any of these many points?
I think we have a bouquet of questions and points, so I think I'll do an a la carte and see what serves me right. I'll start from the last question. I don't know whether it was Thucydides or Clausewitz who says that a lot of things that underpin war and conflict is fear, honor, and interest. And I dare say that is the underlying cause of great power in the region. Fear of an external power coming in to exert influence, interest, economic interest, interest of having power projection and all of that, and honor. The fact that it's seen as the regional power within that context, and somebody from outside comes to dethrone that person. And this is very common. What unites the region? I'll go back into colonial times, and that as much as we speak about some of the ills and wounds of colonialism, it has also established a lot of colonial ties. So you find out that a lot of countries in Africa who are from Portuguese-speaking countries tend to know their counterparts in Portugal. A lot of Francophone countries tend to have some relationship with France, and they may even know some of the military officers within that space. Anglophone and with a lot of former colonies. So those are some of the things that may unite the region. I'm not sure if there is an overarching theme or underlying cause of any sort of collaboration, because, and here I'll criticize EU a bit, because countries were in the Gulf of Guinea, there was a problem, piracy, big problem, concerns us all. Then we have coordinated maritime presences launched by the EU, and no single African country was involved. So how do you prosecute, how do you bring legal finish to the tax? Is it going to just be at sea, pursue the pirates, and what next? And we saw that in a couple of times when an Italian ship was able to shadow some pirates, they entered the creeks. They could have easily called the coastal states to pursue the matter, but that wasn't done because there was no agreement with any coastal states. Denmark deployed Esbern Snare, killed some pirates. It had become a diplomatic issue because those who were arrested couldn't be prosecuted. There was a debate as whether to send them to Denmark, give them citizenship, prosecute them. It was a whole quagmire, and I think we all know what has become of that. So there is a need for more engagement. Thankfully, the countries have recognized that there needs to be some framework to work. And the Yaoundé architecture seems to be one avenue for this collaboration. Nigeria, you asked of collaboration or lessons learned from other places. Nigeria and then the ICC did a program called SHADE. That's a shared awareness and deconfliction within the region. And they proposed a lot of things that could be done to improve cooperation there. Was cooperation at sea and a few other things. These are things that guide or should guide strategy, should guide policy, should guide how things should be done. Because if you deploy a ship to come and fight piracy, you are dealing with a symptom and not a cause. When the ship leaves, the pirates come back. And there's no one-size-fits-all approach to this, because the problems of Nigeria will be very much different from the problems of Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire. Maybe the cause of piracy may be linked to illegal or regulated fishing in one country, but in another country it's because oil prices have increased and they don't have a means of livelihood, and it's easy to get a ship bunker, sell the crude oil, or it's very difficult to sell crude oil on the black market, so let's kidnap for ransom, and they'll have different implications. So there are different things that need to be done in different bases, but it first starts with dialogue. And I'm glad Atlantic Center has created this opportunity so that local voices from these places can be heard. It can be added into policy making to drive programs so that there is some sort of ownership. Those that the program is being drawn for are part of it. They can tell the problems and bring solutions that would help both parties. And I think with that, I would just, just mention some best practices that I've seen. Recently, the Spanish Navy came to Ghana to engage the Ghanaian Navy because they had intentions of deploying a ship there. And the engagement was based on what are your needs? What can we do together? So based on that understanding, they would deploy the ship knowing what to do. Denmark, after deploying a ship, realized that, why did I do this? Okay, the countries may not have the capability to have opposed boarding if ships are captured. So why don't I then invest in capacity building so that I don't need to send my operatives to the region to do that? So what have they done? They've helped build the capacity of Special Boat Squadron or Special Forces in Ghana, and they are helping set up a center of excellence where other countries within the region can come and train. So that if the problem is in another country other than Ghana, based on the training that has been given to those people, they know that their ships are safe. Why are they doing that? Interest. They have 40 to 50 ships in that region every day. So these things should guide policy. Some of the things you said, legacy, they've been done. There are reports about IMO engagements of experts in the region, about revising the Yaoundé architecture. There are reports about other things that could guide policy. So we need to go back, see them, and then chart the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Aldin.
Well, thank you. I will pick the questions regarding the Russian areas that were requested for the International Civil Authority. In fact, I think that there is no effect on that. It will be business as usual. And the same happened because it's a request to institution which is under the umbrella of the state part meetings through the convention. So those states that ratify the convention, those are the state parties, and they meet every year in New York, and they decide the policies for the seafloor. And it's the only authority that is above the CLCS, the Commission on Limits, the International Civil Authority, and the ITLOS, the Tribunal on the Law of the Sea. No instructions from above was received. And I can give you an example. In the morning of the invasion of the Russian Federation to Ukraine, I was scheduled a meeting with the Minister of Natural Resources of Russia for that morning at 9 a.m. So I woke up, I received in WhatsApp a message, the Ukraine was invaded from someone that is sitting here. Well, I have a meeting with the minister in 2 hours now. And so I received no instructions not to have that meeting, and everything ran as nothing was happening. And in fact, we did the full process until the issue of recommendations, and they achieved everything they wanted, and no reaction at all from the international community. More. We had elections for this term of office in the Commission, which started this July. So the elections was last year, July last year, at the state part meetings. So it's where those elections take place. The Eastern European Group, which has 3 seats in the full Commission, they present 2 candidates, one from Poland, another one from Russia. Of course, it's a clean slate. He will be elected. He was elected. And so there is no intention whatsoever to disallow them to engage in the process. So the question is, it's business. The answer is, it's business as usual. Mm-hmm. Regarding to the other question about the European Union and how we can manage this, regarding to the Atlantic, my view, it's pretty clear. The European Union, we have 3 blocks of countries. We have coastal Atlantic, Arc Atlantic countries. So now UK it's out. So Ireland, Spain, France, Portugal, which are those that have submitted submissions to extend the continental shelf, so to increase the area in the Atlantic for the seafloor. And then you have landlocked states, those that do not have direct access to the sea, and you have shelf-locked states, those that have access to the sea but cannot extend the continental shelf because geography do not allow. You need to have at least 400 miles between the 2 opposite states. And those countries, which are mainland countries in Europe, continental, are technologically advanced comparing to Portugal and Spain, for instance. And they have ambitions to explore in the Atlantic, obviously. That's why Poland, which the economy is growing very fast, they are willing to engage in exploring resources in the Atlantic because they need those resources for their economy. And they are doing that right now. We are not doing that. We are not even seeking for what we have, what we don't have in our own claim area, even within the 200 nautical miles. So how can we compete with a state like Germany, like Poland, like Austria, that they are continental-based countries in the European Union, but they need the resources, and the only way that they can get is to seek in the international area. So the more we extend our continental shelf, the less area exists because the world is finite, so it doesn't grow. I'm extending my continental shelf and the world is extending. That does not happen. So the more I get from the international, the less they get to explore. So Poland, I don't know if it's their intentions, they are in the Commission, they are not defending their own positions for their own continental shelf because they don't have, but they are somehow trying to restrain the other countries in the world to extend their continental shelf, and they have the power to vote and to decide in such way. So, and whenever we have a dialogue with the State Part meeting, European Union, which is also part of the convention, so all countries are part of the convention from the European Union, and they think with their own brain individually, but we have a super brain which represents Portugal in that forum. And my question, what positions are those representatives or European putting in top of the table when discussing the interests of some nationals? Are they representing the Atlantic arc? Are they representing the economical powers? And that's why my answer to your question, well, this is a dual system, and it will never be solved because individually, European Union did not submit any extended continental shelf of the continent. It is possible if all countries have a joint submission. It's feasible. Like in West Africa, 7 countries they submit a unique submission, and then they will divide among them. But we did individually. So Portugal has its own submission, Spain, France, UK, Ireland, and there are competitive interests within the members of the European Union, but the voice is unique, you know. So that's the tricky thing, because we will never know what countries are that voice representing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Eniwazi, eu disse que nós...
I said maybe we needed more competition, but not more conflicts. I completely agree. Please do. In terms of the cooperation, I would like to start the approach. There's a strong willing in this regard. We have signed the recent joint declaration of cooperation of the Atlantic, and the joint declaration of the Atlantic Center already shows they're willing. It is important. It is the basic notion to cooperate. But in practice, regarding the question, beyond the diplomatic efforts, beyond the agreements, which are another very important part, it has been quoted sometimes, if they are not promoted, they will do their best for joint actions not to occur in terms of the protection of the maritime environment. And actually, there are initiatives to promote security, the performance of the Navy, providing certain constitutional limitations. But the Navy has participated in several maritime safety exercises, particularly in the Gulf of Guinea. The Open Game Operation Express, which has been organized by the Africacom, and it has been annually developed, as well as the African Memo, promoted by the French Navy. These are very important operations that, due to their simple presence, they inhibit threats from several parts of the Atlantic. Also, there's another important operation for Brazil, the so-called GUINEX. It's already the third year. It has happened this year together with the Togo Navy. They are all aiming at increasing safety in the Atlantic, and several others. Panamax, UNITAS, beyond, also some in the eastern coast in our system, due to their interaction of the presence of the several navies at stake. They need to interoperate, thus facilitating the threats to be faced up to. As regards the question of the hurdles, there are 4. For us, first, the asymmetries. The asymmetries This is the intern has quoted it. This is a very asymmetric region. You have the north, south. They all stand out as such. So you see, that maybe the northern part is more homogeneous, but this is a hurdle that has to be overcome. The maritime flows are quite different too. The northern part is much more intense. The southern one has very different approaches, which make this cooperation more difficult. The third is the threat perceptions, entirely different. So each country, each region nowadays possesses different perceptions of the threat, so they cooperate and deal with this as of what can be found in terms of partners that believe in these very same perceptions. And lastly, the legislation in itself, each country has their own, and it depends on the agreements, so that there is an interaction. So these are the hurdles that I would rank now. The other question as regards the presence of China and India. India, as regards India, not much, but China, as I have mentioned, in the Atlantic South, it has a very strong presence in terms of trade, intense trade. Some countries have been included in the Belt initiative, like Latin countries, with a commitment to in terms of exchange. What can we expect? This hegemonic dispute and the presence of extra-regional powers should not be aggravated and should not be transformed into a militarization of the Pacific. In the Pacific, the dispute has been increased, and what we witness is greater presence of the military sector. That could be much worrying, as I have mentioned. I have been signaled that we haven't got much time. I would only, if I'm allowed, I would kindly ask permission to ask a final question from the audience, and then you will have 1 minute to finalize on the part of each speaker, if you agree. One question only from the audience.
For the final minute. Começo com
I will start with Eddie for the final minute. I apologize.
United Nations Institute of Training and Research. We have been seeing a lot about actions, waterbound actions at the water, maritime. We've been seeing, at least what I captured was less about what can be done to improve security into the critical connections points between land and sea, the ports. And we see that in Gulf of Guinea there are a lot of openness for actions that have been, or at least, for example, WECAPS project from Europe and so on. These are projects that have been addressing to improve the security in ports. Now, I was wondering if it's a question more to the Atlantic Center, could it be that the Atlantic Center could play a more interesting role, for example, that Brazil would also be saying, okay, we know all countries do their thing alone, all politics and all methodologies are different. It's difficult, as you mentioned as well, to work all with one line. But at least I think, and that's I hope, that the Atlantic Center could play a role for improving security in ports, for example, as well in Brazil or other countries, as an example, which we have seen in Gulf of Guinea countries that they do accept it a lot. We see that North America has taken care of themselves by calling the ISPS code, where they have protected their own ships coming to their own ports. But I think, and that I would like to have your opinion, how you think about the role that Atlantic Center could play in this to improve the resilience in ports, in coastal waters, and not only at the high seas.
That's an excellent question. Thank you. I think maybe we should ask the coordinator, but we'll leave it for the final remarks, and then recomeçamos com o Enio.
We shall start to conclude.
Conclusions, comments, responses to the questions that were asked. Minuto final para o que entender.
A final minute for whatever you wish. I shall close with 30 seconds. of considerations on the recent questioning that was somehow pending. I conclude with the following. We have to strengthen the work of international bodies. Nowadays, there is a world contest the order. We witness and understand the international borders in terms of global safety. In every field of action, they have lost the strength they once could have had in terms of congregating the cooperation, thus to improve safety, including the Atlantic safety. Thank you very much. Francisco, thank you. Bem, em relação ao Golfo da Guiné, é importante considerar termos que falar com uma voz alta, em voz alta sobre os assuntos da região. Ouvimos o diálogo que tem aumentado proveniente houve uma audição em relação às intervenções da União Europeia no Golfo da Guiné, preenchendo algumas lacunas e há lacunas, de facto. Estamos claramente a tentar realizar toda uma análise entre todas as partes interessadas para estabelecer o que existem nos vários países. E são recursos que estão disponíveis para os países atlânticos. Assim sendo, em relação ao Golfo da Guiné, é importante compreender as necessidades sobre o que cada país está a fazer e compreender os recursos da União Europeia, que poderá levar a um esforço de replicação. Portanto, através desta parceria, ajudamos que poderá ajudar a tornar o Golfo da Guiné seguro, alavancando esta coordenação de colaboração para melhorar a capacitação, para que haja uma voz que almeja um modelo de melhoria da situação, para que haja uma melhor compreensão.
Any projects or any program. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'll just thank the opportunity to be here, and I may say that I've learned a lot, and I will go through all the papers more thoroughly later on. And that's it. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to the to the discussants. I think that's an excellent suggestion for the Atlantic Center. Of course, the security at sea starts in the land, and the crucial interface there is ports, and port security is a very good suggestion. I'm sure it will be taken over. I'm a big fan of the Atlantic Center, so much of a fan that I profit from this moment to appeal to the Portuguese government to fund more activities in the Atlantic Center. I think it's an excellent initiative, as we can see. We need more of these forums that are open to all the countries from the Atlantic, north and south. This is always very enriching, not just from an academic point of view, but also from a more practical point of view. Thank you very much also for your active participation and presence. Thank you.
Teremos agora intervalo de 15 minutos.
There will be a short recess of 15 minutes for a coffee break at the auditorium hall.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, dentro de momentos retomaremos os trabalhos. Queiram, por favor, ocupar os vossos lugares.
Is it working? No. Okay.
Terá agora início a mesa redonda com o tema Segurança Marítima no Atlântico, Perspectivas Comparadas, moderada pelo Contra-Almirante Pedro Sousa Costa.
Professor Isabel Nunes, Admiral Bragança, Mr. Fofana, dear generals, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. Thank you very much. I would like to express my gratitude for this kind invitation, and it's an honor for me being here in such a distinguished panel and also such a distinguished audience. I am the actual Director of Navy Staff at the Portuguese Navy. I would like also to give a word of appreciation to Atlantic Center in the name of my friend Nuno Bragança, also in the National Defense Institute for organizing this seminar and for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important and most timely subject. After the interesting debate of the previous panel, this roundtable will discuss maritime security in Atlantic compared perspectives. As referred in the concept note of this seminar, the Atlantic has long been an ocean of relatively peace, but recent developments in the Atlantic have brought renewed attention to this ocean. The Atlantic connects us both through its resources as well as in face of increased challenge and threats. We believe that dialogue and cooperation is paramount in supporting security in the Atlantic. This roundtable will address these questions, including existing multilateral and multinational initiatives dealing with security across the Atlantic. We have three speakers, Mr. Tariq Izareren, Professor Murilo Gomes da Costa, and Commander Pereira da Costa, who have just come from the sea, managed to be here in time. Good, thank you very much. After their presentations, there will be a period of questions and answers. And I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Tariq Izareren. He is the head of the Permanent Secretary of the African Atlantic States Process, and I would resume from his CV that he is a career diplomat with the rank of diplomatic advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he served in the United Nations Morocco mission for 8 years. His presentation will be about the African Atlantic States Process. This is an African Partnership Initiative, was launched recently, and we will have the opportunity to understand his vision, goals, and role in the field of the Atlantic maritime security. Please, you have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Admiral, for this kind introduction, and really very delighted to be here in this important seminar, and I'd like to thank the Admiral Bragança and the Atlantic Center for the kind invitation. So, and Excellencies, distinguished participant. So 2 weeks ago, I was on a panel with Rear Admiral Bragança along with the principal coordinator of the US initiative, Ambassador Le Pen. And at that time, we came to the conclusion, three of us, that there are a lot of synergies among the three initiatives. Today, I will try to show you that there is a lot that we can do together because we have a lot in common. My presentation will be about the African Atlantic State Process, known by the acronym AASP. I don't know if you have heard about it, but this is an initiative that was launched last year. Let me move on to, this is the outline of my presentation. So I will try to go very quickly on the slides. I try to adjust my presentation to the thematic of this seminar, which is the great power competition, but also to focus on issue of security, because our initiative is much broader than that. It talks about the three pillars. I will come to that later on. And then I will talk about the way forward, and especially how we can establish bridges between the different initiatives that are out there. So leadership and vision. What you see here on the screen is the screenshot from our website of the initiative. Because any political project, any political initiative requires leadership and vision. And this leadership and vision were provided by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and more specifically about this initiative, because His Majesty the King Mohammed VI has always advocated for more integrated Africa. And this is a good coincidence, this seminar, because 2 days back, on the 6th of November, His Majesty the King made a speech, and he talked precisely about this initiative, how we can consolidate it, and more than that, how this initiative that brings together 23 countries, African countries bordering the Atlantic, how this initiative can benefit other parts of Africa. And this is, I think, it's really important. Why it is important? Because we Africans, we need to have our own vision of cooperation in the Atlantic. We know that there are so many other initiatives, visions that are coming from other continents, but it's really important to have our own initiative that will allow us to define our priorities and objectives. And the basis of that, we can partner with others. So, as I said, this initiative brings together 23 countries. So far, we have had 3 ministerial meetings. We have adopted our program of action that sets forth our strategic priorities, but our objectives. We are now in the process of developing the action plans of the 3 thematic groups, the 3 pillars, that I will come to that later on. But I think it's really important. The main message is that we need our vision as Africans and how to deal with this dynamic of cooperation in the Atlantic. So, a great power competition as a global context for us, because this is, I will say, this is the main feature of international relations so far. And this is something that we need to understand as Africans in order to see how we can deal with it. This is something that we cannot ignore it, because in a way or another, it will affect our initiative. But we would like this great power competition to affect us in a very positive way. I will come to this issue later on, because our initiatives are focused on issues of development. It doesn't mean that we are not dealing with the issue of security, because the issues of security, piracy, international organized crime, these are obstacles to our development. We'd like to deal with them, but also in cooperation and coordination with others. But at the same time, we know that the great power competition can be an incentive for these great powers to cooperate with us, but we'd like this cooperation to be focused on development cooperation and not on the issues of defense. Because I remember very well, and Admiral Bragança was there, because a colleague from the Brazilian embassy in Morocco told me that she read somewhere that our initiative is geared toward collective defense. I said, no, this is not in our plans. If we are dealing with the issue of security, is just because they are hindrances, they are an obstacle to our development. And this is, we take it from this angle. So there is a why we'd like that our partners or potential partners to respect that approach. Because for us it's really important, because it will just deviate us from our objective, which is how to focus on our development, our Africans. As I said, we'd like to, it's an initiative that brings together the African countries in order to cooperate with each other. We know that there are so many initiatives in Africa, including the Yaoundé architecture. So we'd like to bring these initiatives together to cooperate, to coordinate with them, but we'd like to be open to others. And there is a why I personally served in the drafting committee of the US initiative for the declaration that was adopted in last September in New York. Now, how is important the issue of security in our initiative? So I would like to go very quickly on this, regarding this slide, because as you can see, there are the issue of terrorism, the issue of piracy, maritime piracy, the issue of international organized crime, and so on, climate change. And this is, I think, the question asked before during the previous session about
what brings us together. These are the challenges that bring us together. Because there is no way that one country and one region can overcome these challenges alone. Let's take the organized crime. It knows no borders. It comes from one continent, goes to the other one, and there's no way we can deal with them unless we cooperate and we coordinate with each other. The maritime piracy, because it's an obstacle to our relationship with each other within the African continent, but also it hinders to do commerce and trade with other countries and other continents. So I think these are the challenges that should bring us together in order to cooperate and coordinate, IU fishing and so on. So there is a need for coordination, complementarity among all these initiatives. Now, these are the three pillars of our initiative. And we would like to talk with them in an interconnected way because they are interconnected. So you cannot deal with one challenge just taking it from one angle. And just to give you an example, because if we'd like to overcome the issue of terrorism, the international organized crime, maritime piracy, you cannot just focus on security issues while they are important, but you have to handle it from the perspective of how you can grow your economy, how you can provide jobs, livelihood to youth, and so on. Because this is really important, because if you just focus on security issues, there is no way you can tackle this challenge. So there is a why we know, and this is the second pillar is about economy, maritime connectivity and energy. The third one is about environment, climate change, and so on. So we look at them in a very connected way, because there is, as I said before, there are so many initiatives out there, but just focusing on one aspect and another. But we would like to have that, to put these bridges between these two elements and to take them from different perspectives, because at the end of the day, our initiative is focused on the issue of development. So this is my last slide. And this is about the way forward, because as I said before, the Atlantic is space that connects us all. And as I said before, there are no borders. If you take climate change, there are no borders. If you take the international organized crime, there are no borders. So they travel from one part of the world, from part of the Atlantic to another. And in order to deal with them effectively, there is no other way than to coordinate and to cooperate. So the reason why, as I said, there is no single country or region that can handle them alone. So there is an imperative to coordinate, there is an imperative to cooperate with each other. And we have already started as initiative, even though that our initiative started last year in June, and as I said before, we have had 3 ministerial meetings, the way we are structured. We have the ministerial meeting, which is the governing body of our initiative. We have the group of the focal point, we have ambassadors, directors general and others. And then we have the secretary, which is based in Morocco and funded by Morocco. But I can tell you, I can assure that there is a lot of enthusiasm from our African partners, and we have already started to talk about external partners, including the Atlantic Center, and we hope that very soon we can establish a partnership. We are already started talking with our friends from the US, because as I said, as a secretariat and as an individual, I was very involved in the drafting of and the formulation of the declaration that was adopted last September. We have also started talking with COMAFAT, which is the conference of the ministers of fisheries in the same region, the African region, African countries bordering the Atlantic, and with so many other UN entities, including the Office of on counterterrorism and the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa. So my last message is that this initiative is really trying to make an impact. It's true that so far what we have had so far is just to build our institutional framework, but very soon we would like to move on to concrete actions and activity in order, because this will be the guarantee that our initiative will be successful.
this is when we are able to make an impact on the ground. So I hope that I was able to convey to you the message about our initiative, and I look forward to discussion. There's a lot to be said, but I think on the sake of time, I was very, very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing your thoughts, optimism, and priorities of this initiative as a framework for cooperation. It was very enlightening concerning common security challenges and the need to act collectively to meet security imperatives. And continuing with our program, now I would like to present our second speaker, Professor PhD Murilo Gomes da Costa. He holds a PhD in political science from the Institute of Social and Political Studies of Rio de Janeiro, and I will just to say that he was one of the winners of the FLAD Atlantic Security Award last year, and his presentation is very much about his award. The title is Defense Cooperation in Geopolitics in South Atlantic, and he will address extra-regional powers in South Atlantic, key players in cooperation, and a bridge to all two Atlantic community. Thank you. We have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Distinguished guests and esteemed authorities, before I begin my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to the Atlantic Center, the Luso-American Development Foundation, as well as the IDEN, for granting me the possibility to develop this project, because it enabled me to get in touch with a research agenda that I started in the past 10 years. So being able to reconnect with that whole Atlantic thematic was a really good instance, especially being in Portugal and being back in Portugal. So my idea on presenting the defense cooperation and geopolitics in the South Atlantic will be structuring 5 main points. First, I will present an overview of the FLAD Atlantic Security Award outputs, both in accountability matter and also to show the importance of investing in such an initiative. The second part of the presentation goes towards Brazil's defense cooperation in the South Atlantic. Then I will present some of the results I found about Portugal's defense cooperation in the South Atlantic, a bit of the extra-regional powers in the South Atlantic, and finally, I will discuss the strategic awareness and the future of cooperation in the South Atlantic. So in terms of outputs, one of the first outputs that I developed was a policy brief of the Atlantic Center discussing mainly the revitalization process of ZOPACAS, which is the peace and cooperation zone in the South Atlantic. And it was interesting because I was able to bring together the UN Ocean Decade debate alongside with the whole ZOPACAS discussion. After that, I also organized the IDN brief with current debates on defense and security in the South Atlantic, and I gathered other 5 researchers, such as Professor Sabrina. She's not here anymore, but she also engaged in this publication. And there are 2 upcoming publications. The third is the cartography booklet, which contains most of the images that we will present to you today, and they were all made originally by me and my colleagues in Rio, and from the data collection to the image production. And finally, an original paper that will be published in IDN, Nação em Defesa, which I discuss mainly the Brazil strategic surrounding concept and how do Brazil incorporates the South Atlantic in its entire region. So in terms of outputs, images outputs, those were the 10 new images that I produced surrounding the South Atlantic. I will discuss some of them because there are a lot of images and subjects, but that's an overall perspective that you'll be able to find in the future. And the idea is that those images will be an open access, and public use images. So everyone will be able to use them to reproduce those images in the future. Besides that, I will also engage in 6 public events and conferences which help to bring those debates and those thematics to a broader audience in Brazil, also in African seminars, as well as here in Portugal. So now going straight forward to the presentation, here's the first instance that I would like to debate, which is the idea of a Brazilian strategic surrounding. This image, which was also used at the report, actually, it shows how Brazil defines its strategic surrounding. And first, there is an immediate strategic surrounding, which is pretty much the Southern American continent. When you look to the extended strategic surrounding that composes the Atlantic Ocean, as well as the African bordering countries and Antarctica. So that comprises pretty much how Brazil sees its relations and main goals in terms of diplomatic ties and cooperative ties. Going forward, when you look to these images that we produced, it shows the defense cooperation in the South Atlantic from 1994 until 2023. And we can see, of course, that the main moment of discussions and agreements that were made between 2005 and 2015, but I believe that should be growing a bit more from 2024 and going on. And in terms of main cooperation highlights, I would highlight the military training in which security forces trainings were established in Guinea-Bissau, and that led to investment of up to $3 million from the Brazilian government. As well, in Namibia, the Brazilian government provided support for the creation of the Namibian Marine Corps, which held approximately 600 military personnel. In terms of cooperation with northern partners, we can highlight the cooperation with France, actually, which was one of the hugest projects in Brazil, both to build this submarine base in Itaguaí at Rio de Janeiro, as well as for the production of the conventional submarines, as well as the nuclear propulsion submarine. It's one of the hardest and more complex projects that Brazil is developing right now. And it was mainly possible because France and the French company DCNS made it possible to have and to exist a transfer of technology, and Brazil was aiming at that, to have an agreement that contains the transfer of technology. And moving forward, when you look to the current trends of the Brazilian initiatives, we have, of course, the ZOPACs, in which Brazil engaged in this in 2023, and Brazil also proposed to host the next ZOPACs meeting in 2026. And I do believe that will be a moment where Brazil will be able to propose new plans and new cooperation actions, which will engage Brazil even more with this initiative. And of course, there is a new agenda for bilateral cooperation with African countries, which is one of the main objectives of Brazilian foreign policy at the moment. And I believe by the next year, that should be a huge goal from Lula's diplomacy. Another important instance is the New Growth Acceleration Program, which we call in Brazil PAC. And this program, it was a huge program back then in the early 2000s. And now this program actually holds a space for national defense and for the national defense industry. And there are around 10 billion euros that will be invested to pretty much finalize all of those strategic projects, which are mainly located in the Navy, in the Air Force, and in the Army. Now, going to the Portugal's defense cooperation, the South Atlantic, it was actually quite interesting because I had like a really actual data from the Portuguese public ministry, and I was able to highlight from 1990 to 2021 the main Portuguese framework programs in the South Atlantic, and they mostly encompasses technical military nature, and they are mainly surrounding the maritime security aspects, as well as a joint participation of the Portuguese army forces in the African countries in peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. So here we can see that Cape Verde was one of the main countries with more agreements, followed by São Tomé and Príncipe, Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Brazil. Moving forward, we can have a look at Portugal's defense cooperation in the Atlantic in terms of investment made. Even though we saw that Angola had less cooperation agreements in terms of quantities, in terms of euros invested, Angola received much more than the other countries. And projects like Cape Verde, for example, they are focused on a hierarchy structure of the armed forces, as well as maritime security and state authority at sea. When you go to Guinea-Bissau, the resources aim to support the whole reform of the higher education of the armed forces. In São Tomé and Príncipe, we have investments in higher defense structure and the armed force, Coast Guard, as well as military engineering construction platoon. So there's a whole aspect of the cooperation. And of course, another significant action that Portugal has held is the Atlantic Center. At this image, I show that the whole initiative started back in 2018, when the Atlantic Center was the Atlantic Defense Capacity Building Center, and the whole historic background, initiatives, and events are highlighted in this image that pretty much sums up the whole of the Atlantic Center activities. Moving forward to the extra-regional powers in the South Atlantic, I believe this section dialogues a lot with the thematic of this seminar. First, we have an instance of the U.S. presence in the South Atlantic, and in my research, I actually find out that the three main points that raise awareness, mainly in Brazil, were the reestablishment of the U.S. Fourth Fleet in 2008, the strengthening of the U.S. SOUTHCOM, and the creation of the United States Africa Command. Because we can see that all of those are located in the South Atlantic, or either in the South America or the African continent. So we see that it entails the whole of the South Atlantic aspect. And moving forward is another image that we produced that illustrates the main territories of the UK, as well as the economic exclusive zone of Brazil and the African continent. And we can have an overall image of the geopolitical instance. And when we look to in terms of the UK activities, the islands of Ascension, for example, is one of the islands that holds some joint military activities with the US as well. But of course, they are not the only key actors and key players in the South Atlantic. When you look to China, for example, this figure illustrates the main Chinese ports all over the world, and only in the Atlantic itself, public companies from China holds around 10 ports. And we can see all of those lines, they represent the maritime commercial routes, and we can see the Atlantic holds a lot of those routes. So it's a huge deal in terms of commercial impact. And of course, this is another interesting image from IOM, which is a Spanish research center. They show the main zones where the boats hidden their radar, so they are not easily found. And we can see that's pretty much in the Atlantic, in the Gulf of Guinea, and as well as in the Patagonian Sea, closer to the Argentinian Sea. So they are mainly Chinese boats, but there are, of course, other countries that also do the same thing in hiding their position. And to bring another important key actor is thinking about Turkey, because they actually have one of the hugest funds in terms of international cooperation, as well as in defense cooperation. And in Africa, that's true as well. This image illustrates then the Turkish security and defense cooperation with African countries. Besides bilateral cooperation, they also hold some military training base in the African continent. And to sum up and to finish the presentation, I thought about bringing some of the trends and the critical junctures that we face in the South Atlantic Ocean. I do believe that one of the main thematics that we need to address is the multilateral agenda of the UN Decade of Ocean Science, which is a huge window of opportunity to promote initiatives on maritime as well as marine issues. The second trend, I would say, is the proliferation of multilateral initiatives, organizations, and forums in the North and the South, with the Atlantic being the central axis or thematic of debate. And of course, the regionalization of the Atlantic discussion as well, which is, as we saw today, we have strategies from the African Regional Economic Organization, as well as from the African Union, INCAMAS, which is the South America coordination. They also have a strategic background, as well as the European Union, who also holds a strategic document on maritime security. And to finish, there's also some policy recommendations I would like to bring to this evening, because I believe that the creation of an institutional hub, such as the Atlantic Center, for example, to bring together and enable exchanges between the various institutions of the Atlantic as a whole, is an important instance, as well as promoting a maritime development fund, for example, for the entire Atlantic, which could bring, for example, resources for projects located in the UN Decade of Ocean Science, for example. Another instance would be the promotion of a roadmap of common challenges and opportunities. As Pedro mentioned, I believe it's important to look at the past and see even the good and the bad things that we made in previous initiatives and projects, so we can learn together and sum up all of those initiatives. And of course, there's another important instance, which is the education and research exchanges that could promote maritime literacy. And here, I do believe that it will be quite important investing mainly in the youth actions towards the maritime literacy. And in the African continent, they have at least 3 or 4 main projects. They are connected to the Ocean Science Decade. They are aiming the maritime literacy mainly by the youth. And finally, I believe there is a need for a greater accountability and a legal harmonization between the multiple regional actors in the Atlantic zone, which would help to face and to tackle all of those transnational threats that were mentioned in this afternoon. So overall, those are a sum up of the policy recommendations. And with that, I also finished my presentation. You can get in touch with me by email, or even taking a picture from the QR code, where you can find some of my publications and some of my recent work. So I will be, of course, open for a discussion later. Thank you.
Professor Murilo, thank you very much for your presentation and most interesting reflection on the Brazilian's strategic position in south of Atlantic, good examples of cooperation, and the importance, if I may say, of the institutional hub, such as the Atlantic Center, that will facilitate dialogue and also with all the actors in the region. Moving to our third speaker, this time we will have a presentation on a practical example of cooperation. Commander Pereira da Costa, who he is, as I said, he is the commanding officer of the Portuguese Ocean Patrol vessel NRP Setúbal, and he will speak about the mission that he carried out this year. It is the initiative, under the initiative Mar Aberto. It's a mission that carried out by the Navy, and he will report the activities and outcomes of the national military presence in the Gulf of Guinea through this initiative. Commander.
So thank you very much, Admiral. Thank you, Director of IDN. Thank you, Admiral Bragança, for this kind invitation, mainly to allow us to present the operational product, the the man on the ground that is very important as well in the academia side. I will be the last one to present, so bear with me. I will try to be very brief. Just three main topics on the presentation, and I will be open to any kind of any questions. So to give just an introduction and a background on the mission, this is the newest ship of the Portuguese Navy, Setúbal. Is an OPV, Ocean Patrol vessel as presented, built in Portugal, Viana do Castelo. It's mainly a ship designed to kind of missions close to the coast. However, it's able to do any kind of missions ocean side. To this mission, we design a different concept of crew. Mainly, the ships operates with between 36 to 42 military. But for this kind of missions, we design different structures, and I will show ahead why. Mainly 67 sailormen and Marines as well, 12 officers, 12 petty officers, and 43 seamen. So 67 to accomplish a 4-month mission. Just some statistics as well. So we departed Lisbon on the 15th of April and returned on the 19th of August, so roughly 4 months of mission. Part of all the crew, we have the normal crew of the ship. We have a reinforced medical team with one naval medical doctor, one marine security team composed of 5 Marines, and then one diving team and one Marines training squad. And this Marine training squad is the new concept that we employed on this Mar Aberto initiative, because this team, this squad, was specifically on board to carry out training and instruction missions in Angola to the Angolan Marines. And I'll speak ahead a little more about this. So 11 countries visited. I will show the map to have a better understanding the reach of the mission. 14 ports. So it was roughly 1,500 hours of navigation at sea. So 50% of the time that we were assigned, we were at sea, sailing, training, instructing, operating with the friend and partner nations. So this is the badge that we call for the mission. So it's the Mar Aberto 23.1. So as you can see, in white is in blue, sorry, is the first leg, as we call, of the tour. We cross Cape Town, Cape of Good Hope, very known for us from the old times, and we reach Mozambique, where we actually had some very intensive training with the Mozambique Marines and Navy in Maputo. And then the white one is the returning leg. So a lot of countries, a lot of activities, very intensive program when we were ashore, but also at sea with some operation and on real operations that we conducted during these 4 months. The framework for the initiative basically is 3 pillars. The diplomatic one, mainly to develop partnerships with the several countries that we visit, to support diplomatic initiatives mainly through the Portuguese embassies, that the countries that we visit. We did several activities and engagements prepared by the Portuguese embassies locally, but constituted a very high output from these initiatives as well. And of course, develop the knowledge and the mutual trust that we instigate constantly on these kind of missions. Then on the part of the cooperative mission, to support and train the partner capabilities, mainly on equipments that they are not so keen to operate, they are not so how can I say, so routine to use. So this is a component that we did a lot, and we conducted several activities on this side as well, and also cooperative security activities, combined joint operations that we did. So was also part of this pillar. And the last one, the dual role Navy, this is a concept that the Portuguese Navy developed several years ago to use the military assets as a part of maritime and security aspect, but also to contribute to other areas that we can use our military knowledge, but also our military equipment. And to sum up, these were all the tasks that we mainly conduct during the 4 months tour. I would like to highlight, of course, the piracy and armed robbery in the Gulf of Guinea region. That is one of the hottest areas in the world. The illegal migration as well. Illegal fishing. We had several requests from partner nations to support and to reinforce the fishery control on those countries, mainly because they lack the capabilities, but also they lack the knowledge. So it was very interesting for them to know which vessels or which countries were operating in their exclusion zone. Search and rescue. We had a real operation of search and rescue in Angola. We'll mention ahead. And then, of course, the security of sea lines of communication. The operational product. I would like to highlight one of the main components of the initiative is also the transportation of several tons of very diverse material, since military equipment to donations from private organizations or NGOs, even school material, other donations from the other organizations from Portugal, namely our National Assembly, and also to highlight the transportation of this high-speed vessel that is in the picture that is currently operating in Guinea-Bissau under Portuguese control, but operating together with Guinea-Bissau military. Other operational product. In terms of protocol, just to give an highlight, we conduct 6 big events on board of our ship, total of 800 guests. So a very, very high tempo in terms of protocol on board of the ship. 6 VIP lunch or dinners with key leaders in specific countries. Very high level lunches or dinners, mainly used to facilitate to meet the people, meet the responsibles, and was very, very important then to the future engagements, to know all the key leaders and to facilitate all the training that was scheduled to conduct. In terms of the training initiatives, a lot of exercise with all the Portuguese-speaking African countries, diving instructions, special forces as well, to highlight 2 amphibious exercises to disembarks of Marine forces from Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Was the first time that we conduct this kind of exercise together in their home. Usually they come to Portugal, they do the training, the courses, and do everything here in Portugal. This was the first time that we conduct this kind of initiative. And then 2 real operations, one search and rescue operation in Angola exclusion zone. That was a fishing boat that was without any engines or rudder. When we found them, they were already for 7 or 8 days without engine. So we actually saved 5 fishermen, and we towed the fishing vessel back to an Angola port. and also one combined fishery and patrol operation in Cape Verde. We actually embarked the inspectors and the marine squads from the Cape Verde Defense Forces, and we conduct a patrol tour in the hottest areas that they considered and then they designated. So to sum up, we train about 150 military from across the countries in 4 months, which is considered a very rewarding output of the training initiatives. Regarding the medical cooperation, that's the one I would like to highlight, and it was seen as a very rewarding for namely Cape Verde, São Tomé, and Guinea-Bissau, because they are very scarce in medical facilities and doctors. They were very, very happy for this kind of support. So we provide around 100 external appointments, and was a very, very good initiative that was not planned. Was one of the initiatives that came out from one of those launches. And again, sometimes it's very interesting what we can accomplish just speaking each other and face-to-face meetings. Regarding the new capabilities that we integrated to show up, this is our images from the search and rescue operation, the boat that we save and the people we save. We integrated the drones capabilities in this mission. It's the first time as well. So it was very, very interesting to increase our operational product, but also to show to our partners how we can integrate new technologies, how we can help them, and also how we can actually see the real capabilities and to integrate it on real operations. So this is a real life feed from when we reached the fishing vessel. Of course, on my side, it was very good as well to check all the security before sending our team on board the fishing vessel, because in the beginning we have to make the assessment to check if they were pirates, if they were faking or not. So it was very, very interesting to complement with these kind of tools and operationals. So in conclusion, I would like to point out that this kind of initiatives is very important for the Navy. We saw it in the field, but also to consolidate the existing ties in the region, but also to develop the ones that we already are in place. Was very nice and sometimes surprisingly to see how the people that we train here in Portugal, how they developed after several years or months. So it was very interesting to see how they develop or not. To training the trainers is also an important tool or an important vector that we should for sure make more effort, because we need not just to train the people that are operating, but to leave the resident capability of their own to start to increase their military effort. And also, I would like to point out, without question, the versatility and broad spectrum of the maritime training interaction that we had on these kind of missions. We're 4 months, a very intense program in most of the countries, but for sure the versatility of the ship, the different teams that we had on board, the medical, the divers, the marine forces, the special forces, and then the naval capability, for sure was a big enabler in different spheres of the military knowledge and the maritime security as well. And with that, for sure, we are contributing for the regional stability, but also to tackle, to fight this kind of issues and insecurity on the region. Conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations and for your insights from this very important mission. and congratulations for the mission itself. I would like to say that the Portuguese Navy has a regular presence along the west coast of Africa, cooperating and supporting capacity building of African states, and this mission was a good example of the valuable opportunity to enhance maritime security cooperation in the region by capacity building in Gulf of Guinea and strengthening ties and providing training to several forces or naval forces in the region. Having concluded this part of our panel, I would like to open the floor for any questions from the audience. I would like, okay, please, we have one question over there. I would ask you to identify yourself, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. My name is Claudia Ramos and I came from the Presidents of the Council of Ministers. My question is, we have been talking about cooperation and different interests in the Atlantic. So I'm very, I know pretty well the Mar Aberto initiative and I enjoy it and support it a lot as much as I can. But Spain, the Spanish Navy has something similar, the Italian Navy has something similar. My question is, since the creation of the Maritime Coordinated Presences, does it have any impact in the programming of these initiatives of Portugal and of the other countries? How does this creation impacted the programming of the presence of different European navies in the Atlantic? Thank you so much.
Okay. Let me see if there is any other question. Well, I would say that question was for me, no? Probably. I have to say that since we have this European Union initiative, that is very important to see European Union countries in Gulf of Guinea. All our missions, when we have a ship in that initiative, Mar Aberto, they are also working together as a presence, maritime presence, coordinated maritime presence. This year we had the Setúbal, we had also a submarine, and they joined this presence as a European Union mission. So to answer you, yes, we are connecting, we are merging the two initiatives in order to, not for our own missions, national missions, but also for the European Union ones. Okay. I would like, is there any other question? No? Yes, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all the panelists for the presentation. And one question and one comment. One question, Tarek, please. If you could elaborate a little bit more about what will be the future of the roadmap of the initiative. And the second, for the commander, to thanks, because it was aboard of your patrol vessel that we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute in Ghana. So that is a very good example how the Atlantic Center is also in place in that. So thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah. Nuno, thank you very much, Nuno, for this really important question, because as I mentioned during my presentation is that what we have been doing so far since last year, June, is that to put the framework, the institutional framework of our initiative. We have established the Secretariat based in Morocco. We have also created the group of focal point. And the group of focal point has played an important role so far in formulating what we have called the program of action. And as I mentioned, is the document that defines our strategic priorities but our objectives. We have had 3 ministerial meetings, but now we are in the process of developing what we call the action plans of the 3 thematic groups, the 3 pillars of our initiative, just for the benefits of because I wasn't able to make let's say expand on this issue during my presentation, we have created the three pillars, and as I mentioned, because we are trying to put in place a holistic approach of cooperation among the African countries border the Atlantic, the security dimension, and once again, I just like to make it clear from the beginning, is that in this particular initiative, we are not intending to create any collective defense scheme, but rather how we can handle and tackle these security issues that are really obstacle to our development. There's economic dimension, and especially the issue of connectivity, because we know that African countries, they need a lot of infrastructure, port infrastructure, connectivity, and all kind of that will help us to develop trade among African countries, but also with other countries. Energy, we know that there is no development without access to affordable and clean energy. The blue economy in general, because it's one aspect of our initiative, but then the third element is about sustainable development, sustainability, and climate change. So in the program of action, and I hope that they will be able, because I put in the first slide our website, because we have created the website in which we communicate about our activities. So these are the three pillars. And we have three lead partners. For the first one, the security, we have Nigeria. The second one, for the economy, we have Cabo Verde. And the third one, we have Gabon. So because even though I said in my presentation that was the impetus came from His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, but what we are trying to promote here is a collective leadership, because we would like this initiative to obey by all countries that are involved. And this is, I think, really important, because whenever we have a meeting and whenever we have a decision to be made, we bring all the countries together. We would like them to be around the table in order to discuss. What we have also discussed so far is that we are trying to put all political issues aside. Because what we would like to establish is a kind of a partnership that could impact. This is let's say a positive engagement among all countries, because I have been in other processes, and whenever you bring political issues, this is, let's say, this is a sign for failure. Because there's a lot we can do together, because we know that political issues can be addressed in other fora. So there is a why. But if going back to the roadmap, is that, as I said, we are in the process of developing this plan, action plans that will contain very concrete actions and activities that will help us in order to translate the vision. Because our vision is how we can make this African Atlantic region a region of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. This is our vision. This is the transformation that we are trying to make. We know that there are so many challenges. This is something that we'd like to do with our partners and potential partners, because we know that, but most importantly is that, I have said, now we have our own vision of cooperation as Africans in the Atlantic. We know at the end of the day it should be a win-win situation. I think in the previous panel, one of the, I think it was the moderator, if I'm not wrong, there is a youth dividend, because we know that Africa is the youngest continent in the world. It will remain so in the future unless there is something special happens. But at the same time, we know there's room for the middle class to expand. And when we talk about the middle class to expand, this is where there is room for that, which means there's a lot of business opportunities, there's a lot of cooperation in the economic area. So there is a why we insist, and as I said, that we are geared toward coordination and cooperation with others, and we are ready to engage in a win-win situation, but at the same time, getting back to the issue of the roadmap, because we don't want, and especially with the gap, because this is the same issue that I think it was brought during the Rabat event, is the great power competition. We don't want to be engaged in any defense dynamic with regard to this specific initiative, because otherwise it will deviate us from our objective. The objective is how we can develop our countries, while at the same time, because we make clear distinction between the security issues, because there is no way you can develop your economy, you can provide livelihood to the people, unless you have a secure and a safe environment. So we need to handle these security issues. We do it among ourselves, but also with our partners. But the issues of defense, but there is a why I think our colleague from the US was with us there, and I said clearly that we don't want to engage in this dynamic because we are open to partnership, and it's clear now so far how that dynamic of cooperation has unfolded so far. Because as I mentioned, I was part of that drafting committee of the declaration, the US declaration that was adopted. I think 33 countries adhered to that initiative, and we are talking with them. But this is in some way how the process has unfolded so far, and this is what are the prospects of the future. Because the future is we'd like to focus on action, how to make an impact, but also how we can engage with our partners on the basis of a win-win approach. But thank you very much for the kind question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we still have some time. I would like to give some minutes to each of the speakers, and I would like to pose a question to Professor Murilo. If there is any, what are the initiatives that I would say this new government will have in place concerning these South Atlantic priorities?
Okay, thanks for the question. I do believe at a first glance, ZOPACAS and CPLP will be the main priorities. But I do also think Brazil will give a huge investment on approaching the African countries mainly. And I think so because we actually closed a lot of embassies and we lost a lot of diplomatic ties with African countries. And at this point, I believe there is a need for expansion of bilateral cooperation with African countries, but not only in the aid perspective of, we are here to aid the a specific African country, but to build a cooperation program from the bottom to the top alongside them. That's how you do what we call South-South cooperation, for example. We are not just bringing a whole project that was made back in Brazil and it will be incorporated there just as we wish. I do believe there is a change that needs to be taken, and I hope and I believe that should be a future instance in the bilateral, in the South-South cooperation that Brazil should undertake in the following years. So that will be the main commentary I'll be able to give. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Turning to Commander Pereira da Costa, I would like to ask you if you don't mind to elaborate a bit more concerning the two real operations that you have during your mission. That was the search and rescue mission, also the cooperation with Cabo Verde entities. And if you feel what went good, what would be better, what is your insights concerning these two missions? Two operations, real operations.
Thank you for the questions. The first one regarding the search and rescue operation. So just to give the highlight, we were returning from Luanda, heading back to São Tomé. And of course, a ship, when it's at sea, is always patrolling, is always with the sensors on. So we received a distress call, and basically, of course, we were at sea and we were obliged to respond. And after we investigated that it was a real SAR action, we entered in contact with the Portuguese cooperation back in Luanda. Of course, Angola doesn't have the search and rescue system. It's implemented, but it's not function. So they have the points of contact at shore, but they cannot send. They don't have ships at sea patrolling or in high readiness as we have. So we contacted the Search and Rescue Center through our national team in Luanda. And after some time waiting for a decision, finally they decided to ask formal help to the Portuguese Navy and to provide assistance, direct assistance to the ship, because this is the tricks. The issue is that we can, as you know, but for the rest of the audience, we can assist the sailors, the fishermen, but we cannot tow the fishing vessel without consent and the authorization from the company or the owner of the fishing vessel. So there was some gap between the decision regarding this, but after a while they managed to track down the owner, and so they consent to tow the fishing vessel. And finally, everything went well. But for sure, Angola, they don't have the typical search and rescue system in place. They are going, they are trying to implement the system, but if the fishermen or any kind of vessel have this distress at sea, very difficult they will assist those vessels at sea. Regarding the other real operation with Cape Verde, so it was already planned for our activities in Cape Verde to have this kind of operation. The legal cover is the memorandum of understanding that Portugal have with Cape Verde in regarding the fishery control and the monitorization and patrolling their own waters, as long as we have embarked or on board some inspector or some legal authority on board of us, unless we detect some illegal activity in due course. So this was already planned. So basically, we just needed to come up with a plan to define the highest interest areas where usually there is more activity regarding the fishery and other vessels. So it was very smooth. Actually, they have all the picture of the vessels that they are transmitting the position. Because not all, and was presented by Professor Murillo, not all the ships transmit their position all the time when they are at sea. So this is a very difficult to solve for us. So Cape Verde have all the picture on their archipelago, but only the vessels that they are transmitting. So we planned the operation on that terms. We direct to that area, and then we embarked all the personnel from Cape Verde, and it was very smooth. But again, usually the bad guys, the ones that are doing some illegal stuff, they are not transmitting their position. So that's the big catch.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Tariq, would you like to add?
No, 2 points. The first one that today we have heard that so many partners, I'm talking about the concept of partner because they have talked about cooperation with Africa. I think it would be important that, because we have been talking from the beginning in all initiatives that how we can avoid duplication of effort, how we can avoid fragmentation of effort. I think it's really important if we can strive to have a harmonized, coordinated mechanism of cooperation that will be more beneficial to everybody, it seems to me. So I don't know if you will come up with a recommendation with regard to this seminar, but I think it's really coordination, cooperation, complementarity should occupy the first, if I may say, should be the top of the agenda of the recommendation, because I think really important, because we have seen so many initiatives out there, but how can we bring them together that all of them will deliver positive outcomes? Because it's really important, delivers outcomes, and then we're going through evaluation, whatever we say, but I think it's really important that we come all together. It's an issue also of leadership, because we have heard that so many times, And the reason why, when I said that in our case, our value proposition is to have, within the African Initiative, a collective leadership. I am working with all the colleagues, especially the focal point all the time. I want them all the time to be, whenever we have to decide, whenever we have to discuss, I want them to all together to be around the table. Because this is how we can take into account the concerns, the priorities of everybody, and then there may be some differences, but we can always come up with something that will satisfy everybody when we are around the table. I think this is really important. This is the first element. The first point that I would like to conclude is that I'm really delighted to be here in Lisbon, and I'd like to thank Rear Admiral Bragança. It was a real pleasure to know him in Rabat, and I think I saw that there are so many synergies that we can create between our initiatives, and I saw that there's a lot we can do together, and I will be more than happy and willing to work very closely with the Atlantic Center, bringing our other colleagues from our African initiative in order to see how we can enter in a very beneficial cooperation in the future. And I think this is, for me, it's just the start, because in the span of 2 weeks we have been able to discuss so many issues and to enter in this really important relationship, and really delighted. And thank you very much, Admiral Sousa Costa, for moderating so efficiently this panel. Thank you very much. I will be more than happy to also cooperate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would take you one of your last words, and I would emphasize that reinforcement of cooperative formats is key for success. No doubt about that. And we need to bring together different states, communities, increasing dialogue, knowledge, and capacity building. This is key for success, for sure. And with this, I would close this panel, just to thank you very much to all the participants, to the speakers, Atlantic Center and the National Institute of National Defense. Thank you very much.
Em nome do coordenador do Centro do Atlântico, Contra-Almirante Nuno de Noronha Bragança, e da diretora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional, professora Isabel Nunes, agradecemos a vossa presença e participação, declarando o evento de hoje encerrado. Obrigada.